and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Where did I go? Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the day. Welcome back to Fire Cup number 5. Welcome to the playoffs. Oh boy, it's been an intense weekend, a very intense weekend of StarCraft, of Fire Cup, of a Labor League, of many other events as well. Masters Coliseum, of course, alongside all of that. And we are the MC show match to start it all off. And now we're here. Now we are back. Now we are live and ready to crown our champion. Oh, let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Hazard Esports. It is Power. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. It is the reigning champion of Fire Cup number 4. It is YoungYakov. Here we go. Oh my god. Here we go. We are going to be settling in and embracing our new series, our new tournament. Let's go. We just wrapped up, of course, with Master Coliseum. Number 8, the Group B. We did just wrap it up, and now we're here with our second broadcast of the day. So again, the StarCraft does not end. Fun fact, it is right after this event that I am gonna be traveling, of course. I'm gonna be right, like, as soon as we finish casting, we're gonna just hop on, gonna take off and make our way to the outback, if you will, for the holidays. So unfortunately, this is going to be our last stream, our last cast for the next 2 days. As for New Year's Eve, for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I will otherwise be unavailable. I'll be back on Boxing Day though, 26th of December is when we're going to be back at casting and catching up on events that we did miss out on. But leading up to that, we will not be able to cover some tournaments live, specifically Wardy TV Monday and the Pigasaur Monday. Those are the 2 events that we're going to be missing out on this week, unfortunately. But we can catch up on Pigasaur Monday. Pigasaur Monday, we can catch up with replays. Wardy TV Monday, less so. We unfortunately won't have replays for that. We won't have replays available for that event. We'll have it for the other. So eventually we'll catch up on most of what we missed out on one of them. On one of the 2. But for now, we're focusing, of course, on our first matchup here. Power, of course, did do very well in the group stage to make it out of the group stage and into the playoffs, but he's up against the reigning champion. The reigning champion, and YoungYakov, he's favored to win the entire tournament once again. We'll see if he can be stopped. We'll see if anyone can slow down the Yakov that is Young. Oh boy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. It's Gamba time. Oh, of course. Of the... As here we go, we are going to be settling in. We do our adept at getting across the map, threatening a shade. And so far, YoungYakov does wall off well. Goes to the Eva wall. Lings and queens make their way in, and the adept is deflected. So far, so good. Just catching up with the chat. When you visit Poland, do you type pierogis? Pierogis. Of course. I was there for the pierogis. They were amazing. They were beautiful. Specifically, I went to like a specialized pierogi place, and there was like a soup. There was like soup pierogis. Say pierogis. They were good. They're really good. I loved them. They were good. And that's going to be forced back. So far, getting a drone, but not too much more than that. So far, YoungYakov is able to keep up. Behind this, third base is on the way. It's going to Stargate open into Oracle into a third base. So far, standard setup here by Power, but he's moving out across the map to wreak havoc, and it's going to be Oracle into Void Ray. Okay, the goal here is to harass across the map, get some economic damage, but more importantly, to shut down the Overlords and to keep the follow-up hidden. We'll see if Power is planning something a little bit different here and planning to take up in a very, very different direction. My eyes are on Power. Well, hello, Hatsu. I see Hatsu in the chat. Hi, Stan as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Satsuna, Iron Ringed. Those are not pierogis. Well, they're still my favorite. even if they technically weren't pierogis. They were amazing. They were beautiful. Beautiful. Now you're making me hungry, Pat. Oh my god. What have you done? Georgian version. Yeah. We had them all. We had them all. And with the arrival of the Void Ray, this is what we were waiting for. We were expecting, typically when you go for a Void Ray opener, not always, but typically it is to hide tech and to hide any kind of crazy transition. And there it is. It is going to be Void Ray into second Stargate, into Fleet Beacon, into Sky Toss. Now, this is something that is usually really risky to embrace, but you can get away with it on some of these more defendable maps. Maps like Neon Violet Square, maps like El Dorado, maps like Abyssal Reef as well. We speak about this all the time on this map. This map is a very large map. Long rush distance by ground. Third, fourth, and fifth base are very secure, very easy to expand, and very easy to defend. So hey, if you can get a free 5-base setup, why not cut corners and rush into Sky Toss? Rush into carrier production. That is the plan here for Power, and this map is ideal for this. But again, it is a very map-dependent kind of style. If you try to do this on a map like Amygdala, you just die. Like you can't get away with this. Sorry, not Amygdala. I was thinking of Whispers of Gold. That's it. On Whispers of Gold, or on Ultra Love, or on Ley Lines, those smaller maps, it's much more difficult to get away with this. Larger maps, easier to get away with. Oh, okay. So it's going to be initially carrier production, but we have a Forge Twilight Council behind this. We are switching into ground toss. There is going to be a commitment into 2 and then 4 and then 6 carriers. That is true, but we're not neglecting the ground-based army here. We're not going for like a third Stargate into like Void Ray production. Overseer Scout is coming in, and YoungYakov does confirm the follow-up. Let's go. Let us go. Come to me. I just made 120 for Chris. Ah, that's a lot. Give. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. If only. Unfortunately, you know, I'm locked down here in Australia. Very far away. Very far away. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But enjoy. Sounds like an amazing time. Sounds amazing. As Power is moving out, +1 air attack. We do have charge on the way, so it's going to be a charge lot follow-up here, alongside all of the Sky Toss. YoungYakov trying to counterattack. Did scout what was going on, does hit the third, and Ling's a bust on in. They get us around here on the shield battery. Shield battery gets surrounded. Roach is waddling in as well. Probe should be going down. Ooh, oh my god. Yeah, getting up to 5, 6+ worker kills. Very nice damage. At the same time, carries they move out, but the Queens they keep up. The Queens they defend. The Queens do defend. The Spire did finish, did survive. 9 Corruptors are on the way, and that's 11 pro kills so far. A good start for YoungYakov. He cripples the economy, and he maintains himself back at home, and he has survived until Sky Toss. He's made it. He's lived. He survived. Whew. Let's go. Here we go. So far, Power, he is building up. Shuts down the Overseers. Did at least preserve his carriers. Checking the unit all stat here, and though a single carrier has gone down yet. So he's just massing up his death wall of an army. YoungYakov looking for a way in. He shouldn't be... Oh, he might be able to catch one of these carriers, actually. Oh, he wants it. He gets it. One shot. Takes down the low HP carrier, going for the other. Bold move, and he will get one. He will get 2 carriers before pulling away. 2 carriers for how many? 4 Corruptors. A better trade for YoungYakov. Very nicely done. Back at home, building up his Ling Roach Ravager. Ravagers are a good supportive unit for this. And again, you cannot neglect your ground army just because, I mean, there's still plenty on the ground here. Corruptors and charge lots. Sorry, Zealots and charge lots. Archons and charge. There we go. As they are building up. Power is soon going to be breaking out. Now, I don't think I like the idea of Power pushing right now. YoungYakov is about to max. But the idea of just securing his position, getting a 4th base, getting a 5th base, and maxing, that's a more likely proposition here for Power. Meanwhile, YoungYakov investing into a handful of mutas. I don't think this is intentional. It is how many? Only 4. 4 mutas, that's not even enough to one-shot probes. So I don't think this was necessarily intentional here. He can try to harass, but the likelihood of getting damage done with this is quite low. We got 5th muta on the way. Corruptors breaking in. They get the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down. Ling Roach Ravager building up. Mutas, they hit the natural. I mean, hey, they're gonna get some probes. Takes some time, but they got 5 probes. Not bad. 7 probes even. 7 workers going down. Damage is done. Shout out to those 4 mutas. And here comes the main army. And YoungYakov, ideally, he wants to trade. And he did lose all his corruptors, but, I mean, he trades. He trades, he backs off, he rebuilds. And Power cannot push. That's a fullback. Get his fourth base. Mutas, they come back in. 13, 14 probe kills. Very nice damage here. Again, with the bare minimum of Mutas. Getting 17 workers. As the side defense is late. Yeah, late side defense getting up to 20. 21. 20, can we, oh my god, this is getting out of hand. Can we go up to 30? 26? He's getting there. 4 more. Rotates over, pivots back around. Going back into the main. And he wants those gas mining workers. 27, 28, 2 more. 28 probes. Rotates back around. Up. 20. Almost 29, almost. Not quite. Not quite. Corrupt as they dive in. They get 1, they get 2 carriers. There's 1 carrier left. So they're going to focus it down as well. Yeah, the final carrier will fall. And here comes the main army. Yeah, the probes, they do go down. Banelings, they crash on in. And Power, he was just unable to fortify himself. Unable to build up. The Mutas tore him apart. And the Ling run by as well. Very successful. Very successful Ling run by. Very successful Muta harass. Power does have a terrifying army here. How many Archons is this? 8! 8 Archons, a massive amount of Archon charge lots, and he's all in. At this point, Power is completely all in. Natural's going to go down, and it's all or nothing for the Protoss. And we'll see if he can pull this off. We have Roaches amassing as we speak. YoungYakov is rebuilding. Yeah, as I'll say, do actually file in towards the main. Power. Stutter stepping forward. Pushing into the natural. Bailey's going to be rolling in. And actually, Power, he can take this fight. Oh my god. Mutas, they coming from behind, pushing into the Archons. Archons getting picked up one after the other. There's 2 Archons left. 3 Archons left even. And it looks like it's just barely going to be enough. YoungYakov, he will hold. Whew. It was not an easy defense, but he does hold nonetheless. GG gets called, and YoungYakov takes game number 1. GG. YoungYakov does take a lead in the series. Does take the first game and did successfully punish his opponent. Again, we saw the one of the strengths of this map is to try to tech up and be really defensive. Despite that, though, we saw that YoungYakov, he was able to pull off Ling Rumbys and the Muta harass as well. Honestly, the Muta harass was kind of the nail in the coffin there. Got so much damage, just under 30 worker kills at the natural in the main. It was insane how much damage those Mutas dealt. Likewise, the Ling Rumby as well, and the lead up to it, also very successful. Did lead into the game state that we saw. Did lead into, alas, unfortunately, Power could not maintain those losses and afford an expensive army. It was torn apart. GG. GG, well played. Not easy, not an easy thing to accomplish whatsoever from the side of YoungYakov, so very impressive. And we'll see what the plan is going to be here as we load into ley lines. Now, we're loading into a much smaller map, so I do not expect the same style out of Power. I do not expect a rush into Skytoss. I expect something very different. I expect to see something more standard or something more mid-game oriented instead. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player representing Hazard Esports down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Power. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg leading the series 1-0, the reigning champion, of course, of Fire Cup number 4. It is YoungYakov. We go. Seems to be asking about Skillless. If I would imagine maybe he's not really interested in competing in the event if he's not here. I would imagine he can if he so chose to. If he so chose to. For now, hatch gas pool. For now, standard opener out of YoungYakov. Likewise, we do have Power settling in as well, going for his own gate expand. He's going for his own setup. And really, my eyes are going to be on Power when it comes to the mid-game. When it comes to what does transpire after the initial openers, after the Stargate, do we go for another Void Ray? Now, after game 1, I do want to... I would not be opposed to another Void Ray opener, but to a different kind of variation here. Void Ray opener into maybe Glaive Adepts, Void Ray opener into Fast Blink. There are options here for Power. He doesn't have to go into a second Stargate and into Sky Toss again. He can try to vary it up and try to pull one over on YoungYakov. Oh my god. As Power, oh, he wants the drone, he wants it. What am I, so close? Risky, pappy. Alas, the probe does back off, and YoungYakov does survive, does defend. Doesn't bleed out any additional workers. Meanwhile, Twilight Council open out of Power. So I assumed it was going to be something more mid-game oriented. This is even earlier than that. So Twilight Council here from Power. Do we go Glaives? Do we go DTs? Those are the two most common options here for Power, which we'll see which one he goes into. So far, he has not pulled out a gas yet, but he has time. He has time to pull out. Going for another gateway. Hasn't pulled out. Show us the Dark Shrine. Show us the DTs. Does look like a DT-based opener instead, as he's staying 3 and 3 in gas. With the excess gas, does mean something more tech heavy. As the Adept is zoned away. And Power is waiting for that gas. There we go, throwing down extra gateways. Getting his 4 gate setup, and there it is. There's the Dark Shrine. As you mentioned, because we have 3 and 3 in gas, it means DTs have to be, it's like the only option basically. It was either DTs or a 6 gate Glaive Adept 2 base all-in, which would be like the other option. Which is very niche. it's like a rarely seen build. And even that has like DTs alongside it as well, because it's an all-in. So with this is designed to be an economic opener. The goal here, I mean, I say economic opener, is designed to get you into the mid game. With this, we can harass with Dark Templar, we can harass with Archons. The Forge is an interesting one though. Very fast Forge here out of Power. That is catching me off guard. Stalker goes out. Nice pick up here by YoungYakov. Likewise, he does scout the Forge. Is where something is amiss. So far, does hold for now. Fast +1. Now, to me, in my mind, to rush into +1 like this, it looks like initially a standard, DT opener harassing into Archon drop. With +1, this looks like a charge follow-up. This looks like a 2-base all-in, assuming that there's no third. So far, there is none, and we'll see if we ever get one. DT's ate the 3rd base. Oh, the Spore! Spore goes down. Massive pickoff. Spore does full. 3rd base under fire, shaving off more Lings. Going for the queens as well. And he will get 1 queen. 1 queen goes down. Spore does attempt to reposition. Oh no, the Spore! Spore attempts to reposition. Alas, is denied. DTs, they won't be able to quite get on top of it though. The Spore does borrow. Oof. And the DTs are deflected. And yep, there it is, 2-base all-in. Charge, Immortal Production. Do we see a third? No, there is no 3rd base. No 3rd base, so it's going to be a 2-base all-in. Extra gateways on the way, and it's all or nothing for Power. One way or another, the game is about to end. As he's... Jesus, that's a lot of gateways. As he throws down a massive wall of gates. Lings, they don't quite... they get a little bit of vision here. They see extra gateways. That is a sign. That is a tell. Likewise, no 3rd base either, and YoungYakov, this is what he sees. He is piecing it all together. Cybercore is going to go down, Roach production has begun, Lair is on the way, extra gas is being taken, and YoungYakov, as long as he doesn't overdrone, he should be fine. Jesus, that is a 6-gate explosion. Getting up to 9 gates on 2 bases. Meanwhile, Lings are breaking through. They break in, they're going for the sentry. Nice force field. Force field does save the sentry. The immortal is under threat. Second force field saves the immortal. Zelts are revealed, and power defense. At the same time, roaches, they defend back at home. They deflect the Archons. Power is forced back. It's going to be forced back. And power, he's just gearing up and getting ready for that eventual all-in. It's coming. It is coming. Back at home, we're on 51 drones. I do think we can afford to drone up to like 55. Like, I think 55 workers is an okay worker count to stop at. But then it's just purely Roach Ravager. Purely Ling Roach Ravager. The army gets spotted. Roaches are amassing. Spine crawlers and spores are on the way to wall up, to wall off. YoungYakov taking this very seriously. We can see the power is going for a delayed third, but this third should just be for sure. Like, there's no way you can try to macro out of this. Like, his goal here should be to end the game, as it is such a late third base. Lings, they attempt to scout. Here we go. He's getting ready. Alright, just my bad. Someone in the chat asked how many gateways. We already did mention it was 9. I had to type it. Happens to coincide with the intro hotkey. And here we go. Here we go. Power is moving out. It's all or nothing. We'll see if YoungYakov can hold. I mean, again, he's had plenty of time. He droned up to 58. That is just under 3 base saturation. Just under 3 bases. Baneling's morphing in as well. If we do have 4 immortals, though, I mean, it's a pretty terrifying army. It's pretty terrifying. Some of the Banelings are being denied. But it just feels like it's taking too long. It's just taking far too long here to get across the map. As Biles, they do connect. Yeah, the Biles connect. They take down the sentries. No more force fields. There's just 1 sentry left. Nice spread here from YoungYakov. He pulls away. Zelts getting some of the Ravagers. Ravagers are going down. And at power, he's breaking through at the same time, though. The Immortals are exposed. Breaks through on the left, on the right. The Roaches are getting some of the Immortals. Only 3 Immortals left. It's so close. It is so close, and power has he done it. He's going for the Roach Warren. Up. Roach Warren goes down. He's still got 3 Immortals. But if the longer this goes on, the better it is for YoungYakov. There's 17 Roaches on the way. DT's waddling in. I appreciate that. DT's, they get involved. The Immortals, oh, the Immortals are exposed. And they're going to go down. 1, 2 Immortals fall. Late pick up micro there out of power. If it wasn't for that, he could have still pulled this off. And he still will. GG gets called, and power, he overwhelms. And he takes game number 2. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. And again, there were some people, I think last broadcast, talking about like, oh, were like Immortals nerfed too much. From what we have all seen, especially if you have been watching the PTR and even post PTR, Immortal-based aggression and Immortal-based all-ins weren't actually impacted too hard by the nerf. So that does kind of, it is kind of weird, because it's like, what was the purpose of the nerf? Because if the purpose was to try and deter and try to take power away from the Immortal in this matchup, it was unsuccessful in doing so. So it's like what was the purpose of this? Which was the biggest criticism of that, is that it doesn't achieve too much there. But regardless, GG, well played. Despite the fact that this was a delayed all-in, and it was delayed, despite that, power was able to break on through. I do think that the execution was a little bit shaky, and I would have loved to have seen the DTs behind the army to be able to deny any kind of surround and any kind of reinforcements coming in from behind. But regardless, did break the back of YoungYakov nonetheless. Sniping the Roach Warren was brutal. It meant that there were no more Roaches to defend, only Lings, and the Lings that were melting against the Zealots and the Archons as well. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. And honestly, we're getting close to a world where is the reigning champion going to go down in the first round? Does he go down in the quarterfinals? That would be crazy. But, I mean, Power, he's one game away from pulling that off. It's possible. It is possible. Let's go. We'll see if he can bring it home and bring down YoungYakov. We'll see as we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Does Spore reveal Dark Templar while it moves? It does not. It does not. As is being stated in the chat, a Spore needs to root. It needs to actually burrow and like stand its ground to be able to detect. It'd be crazy if it didn't have to. Like that'd be wild if they can just like waddle around as mobile detection. That'd be oh my god. Not like this. But regardless, we're getting into our next game. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have our red Protoss player tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Can he take the series? Representing Hazard Esports, it is Power. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg being forced into Game 3. The reigning champion, he should be favored to have a deep run in the playoffs, but we'll see. We'll see if he can. It is YoungYakov. Do people usually stop at 8? Yes, yes. When it comes to 3-base all-ins, it's usually 8 stalkers. But that's usually okay. I should say a 3-base economy can facilitate 8-gate stalker-based all-ins. When it comes to charge lots to reinforce, I think you can get away with more gateways on less bases. But I think you're correct in saying that 8 is usually the standard for that kind of 2-base all-in. Yo, we needed that one extra gateway. Okay, we needed that one extra zealot. Yeah, and did break through. I think it does take away significant power from Immortal versus Lurker or more late games or compositions. The problem is that we haven't seen that play out in late game ZVP, at least from all the games that we've casted on the channel. It's still very potent. So if we see that plan out in games, then we can corroborate, but that has yet to occur. As for now, we're settling in. So now we do have YoungYakov taking his third. Is getting his third base up and running, and really just like the previous game, my eyes are on Power here to see what tech he goes for. Game 1 he went for a Skytoss rush. Game 2 went into a 2-base all-in. Game 3, what's it gonna be? Now we're getting into Frostline here. We're loading into a much larger map in the map pool, and we'll see if Power does end up going for something more macro-oriented. What I should emphasize, this map is large, that is true, but the bases are very isolated. The 3rd and 4th base are very isolated from each other. They're very exposed. So because of that, we have seen a lot of aggression be quite successful on Frostline. Quite successful here. So it goes both ways. We could see Power likewise be aggressive himself. We'll see if YoungYakov is. As for now, YoungYakov is going to back off. But yeah, basically what I'm getting at, from what we've seen, from all the games that we have experienced so far in the PTR and on the new patch, if the Immortal had been reverted to the previous version, I don't think it would have changed any outcomes of any of the games. Like that's, which is why it's like, it was a really weird change, I feel, because I feel like if the purpose was to take away power of the Immortal in like late game compositions, I don't think it was too successful in that, which is why it was a weird one. But maybe we just haven't seen enough games. It's possible. As long as they poke in, they will be able to surround and shut down the Adept. Adept is going to go down behind this extra gateways. Okay, we're going through for extra gateways. No tech. Okay. This is a really weird opener here out of Power. So a couple things just happened. One, the tech is really late. The Twilight Council and Forge, usually they're thrown down before the third base is done, but they're thrown down after it's done in favor of extra gateways. With this, I would expect to see maybe more Adept aggression early on. Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed here with the purpose of the extra gates and of the late tech. We'll see. As Power is going to move out. Do have our +1 on the way. As things once again they get into the middle line. No shield battery set up here either. Bear that in mind. Hopefully we get one soon. As Power does move out. Behind this, +1 melee is on the way. Is the sign, of course, it's going to be Ling Hydra out of YoungYakov. Getting into Ling Hydra. And this can lead into Hive and in towards Lurker tech. As I say that, though, usually we would already see an Infestation Bit if the purpose was to rush into Lurkers. So it looks like for now, just pure Ling Hydra out of YoungYakov. Is being very active on the map. Behind this, Power, he's stuck at home. Without Blink, he doesn't really have any map presence, so he's going to be stuck at home for the time being. Working towards +1 shields. It's double forge into +1 shields. Okay. Power, you have my attention. You do have my attention here. But again, the downside of how late these upgrades are is that he's stuck at home. Power, he's stuck at home. He's relinquishing map control to his opponents. YoungYakov, he has free reign. There it is, Infestation Bit. This is the first sign of Lurker tech. Infestation Bit into Hive, into Lurkers. And Power stuck at home. He's stuck at home. Templar Archives on the way. That's going to be for Storm. YoungYakov, he has map control. He can deny the 4th base. And we spoke earlier how difficult it can be to hold on to a 4th on this map, and we'll see if Power can do so. He's being spread quite thin. As he moves out, Lings move in. They move in, they take a stasis to the face. Power turning back around. Oh, and probes are going down. And with this so far, quite a successful attack by YoungYakov. He shouldn't be able to break through. He does take down one of the Oracles. Power should be able to hold. But does lose 8 workers here. At least they get on top of the Stalker. No, the Stalkers. Some of the Stalkers are going to be going down. Power will hold. YoungYakov, he backs off. Behind this, Lurkers. Lurker Den is on the way. Hive is on the way. I feel like Power needs to counterattack here and now. But he doesn't have charge. Charge is still on the way, so he doesn't really have much pushing power either. So Power, he's stuck. What's important? No 4th. Still no 4th base. And YoungYakov, he can drone. From here, he can freely drone up. I do think that YoungYakov overextended. I think he did bleed out a lot of Hydras here across the map. Stalkers are moving out. Zealots have to stay back. And the Stalkers, they can poke in. And again, Power, he needs to try to get the space up and running. Lings are on the way to deny the 4th. Stalkers getting caught out. 4th base is on the way. YoungYakov does confirm. He is aware of the 4th location. From here, YoungYakov, he can rotate. We'll see what the plan is going to be here. The Hive is done. Lurker upgrades are on the way. YoungYakov still maintains map control. Lurkers are morphing in. And this is going to be a brutal timing here. Now, thankfully, Storm is done. So there is going to be Storm available here for Power. And he already has High Templar pre-morphed in. So with this kind of composition, he can hold his own. What I'm most concerned by isn't necessarily YoungYakov pushing and killing Power. It's pushing and denying the 4th. So we'll see how YoungYakov does piece this all together, how he spreads out his army, and how he does push in. As YoungYakov, he's embracing that Hive tech. Observer does get eyes on the Lings. Power is in position. His main army is here at the 4th. His 3rd base is more exposed, but we have some side defense. We have shield battery, cannon, stasis trap. So far, Power is holding his own. And we're still waiting for the lurker count to build up. Now, we were speaking earlier about the Immortal, and currently the Immortal count is very low, and Immortals are going to be very necessary here to try to deal with these lurkers, and here they come. Lurkers are moving out. Main army pushes on the south side. YoungYakov, he responds. Doesn't keep pushing. He falls back home. So far, a good fake out here by Power. Otherwise, his northern base would be very, very much so in danger. Power pushing through the center. Both armies are keeping up with each other. Both armies are maxing out. Prism is denied into the main. Fourth base is fully operational. And this is just, like, sometimes a good defense is a good offense. Here, Power, he's posturing. He's posturing in the center of the map, which means that YoungYakov, he cannot push out. He cannot counterattack. He's stuck at home. He has to respect this army. So YoungYakov, he has to defend, which means Power expands. Gets away with the expansion. And right now, Power should not be committing. He should not be pushing into these lurkers as he's building up the Immortal count. And he needs a higher Immortal count here. So he has to build up those Immortals. He needs to buy time. Potentially catching out some lurkers. Oops. But again, just poking. Just poking, just prodding. Kind of like just puffing up his chest. And forcing YoungYakov to be defensive. Both players are maxing out. Now, Power, he doesn't really have the most ideal army. A lot of the supply for Power are in Zealots. There's a lot of Zealots here. It's Zealot Archon, a handful of Immortals. Oh my god. Gasito. That was close. Stasis goes off, gets a lurker. Both armies are maxed. Power needs to trade. Power, he's maxed. He has to bleed out some of this Gateway army, and he needs to build up more Immortals and get ready for Skytoss. Speaking of Skytoss, Spire's already on the way. Spire and a Nidus Worm. But we're keeping up with each other. Yakov rotating on the right-hand side. He is spotted. Power collapsing in from multiple angles. The Hydra's getting called out. She'll wear the storms. Yeah, massive storms on the Hydras. Then we get a full surround. Oh my god. And YoungYakov, he'll lose everything. Everything goes down. Everything melts. And now it's time to counterattack. Send it. Send it, Papi. Send it. Now it's time to counterattack. YoungYakov, he's in a world of hurt. He's racing back home. How many lurkers are left? 6. Only 6 lurkers. That is not going to be enough. That is not good enough here. As Power's pushing it. Oh my god. He has to take care, though. Has to respect at least the first line of defense. Rotates over. Lurkers are trying to keep up. Does catch the Hydras. Hydras almost get caught out. And the northern base is isolated. A nice movement here by Power. Where are the storms? There are none. Ooh, no storms, by the way. Hydras are going to get surrounded. No storms are available. That's a little bit scary. But the lurkers are exposed. The lurkers are completely exposed. With detection, they should go down. Where's the detection? No! Where's the detection? As lurkers, they barely hold on. Another base goes down. 21 workers as well. And Power, he's in full control. Takes down a base, takes down a mineral line, takes down all the Hydras. Lurkers are barely holding their own. Observers on the way. We need detection. Honestly, if there was an observer there, YoungYakov loses. He would have died. He would have died then and there. All these lurkers, they just finished morphing in. There were 3 lurkers to defend. Whether it was an observer or a revelation, at the time there was no revelation either. Nidus into the main. Power, he has no vision. Oh, he has no vision. And that's a lot of lurkers. YoungYakov is going for a Hail Mary play. He's going to try to force a base trade. Or a recall. Nidus finishes. There's nothing at home to defend this expansion. Lurkers, they bust in. What do we do? Power, does he recall? The base is going to fall. He's going for the 3rd. The 4th even. There are some lurkers back at home. Lurkers are trying to race back. This time the observer is here. There is detection. Immortals pushing in. Where are the storms? Oh, there they are. The storms, they were a little bit late. Storms were late, but Power, he overwhelms. He overwhelms the army. He breaks on through once again. Takes down all the lurkers. And YoungYakov, the Nidus goes down. He cannot race back home. He's stuck in the main. And Power, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has broken the main army. He's broken the expansions, broken the bases. And even though YoungYakov was the reigning champion, or he is the reigning champion, I should say, of Fire Cup number 4, and it was looking very strong in the group stage, here in this best of 3, he is struggling. The lurkers, they're now getting into the natural. I mean, they're doing damage, don't get me wrong. But the economy, it's non-existent here. As YoungYakov, he's stuck on one base, he's stuck on one mineral patch, and YoungYakov should lose every expansion. GG gets called, and Power, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Power. He will take the series, will advance on. Congratulations. My condolences to YoungYakov. Coming into this, YoungYakov was a heavy favorite. He was a heavy favorite to even win the entire tournament, but he gets knocked out here and now. Power, he's overwhelming. Power is overwhelming. Again, really good. I want to praise Power's positional play more importantly. Here on, especially on Frostline. We spoke about it. We spoke about how difficult it is to protect the fourth base on Frostline, and I do think that if YoungYakov was more assertive, he would have been successful. But remember, that is why it was important that Power, even though he had no pushing power, even though he had no way to really push into the bases in the mid game, he had no way to really push in and really threaten the economy. He was posturing. He was scaring YoungYakov into being more defensive. He was forcing YoungYakov to stay back at home instead of moving out, which means that Power got away with his fourth. He got his fourth base, which you could argue shouldn't have happened, or you could argue there should have been like a stronger battle to actually maintain the fourth. Didn't happen. The fourth base got up and running, almost for free, pappy, because of the positional play in. With that, GG. GG, well played. Power does take it. And here we go. Power does advance on to the semifinals. And the question becomes, who will face off against him? Oh, wait, we already know that. It's going to be Power versus... Let me just double check here. Actually, you know what? We can all have a look together on the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. As Power will advance on to face off against Shameless in a PvP. Oh boy. So Power versus Shameless in the next round. It's going to be in that Protoss versus Protoss. Meanwhile, we're going to be focusing on the lower quarterfinals. Strange versus Milky Cow. That's going to lead into Wayne. Oh boy. So we're still in the quarterfinals. Still more matches to come. We're getting ready for that PvT. This also means we have a Protoss confirmed for the finals. It's going to be Power versus Shameless into the grand finals. Meanwhile, is it going to be a Protoss, Terran, or Zerg to face off against that Protoss in the finals? We're here to find out. We have Strange, we have Milky Cow, we have Wayne, all going to be duking it out. Up next is going to be that PvT. It is going to be that Protoss versus Terran. And we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break. When we return, we'll be back with that lower quarterfinals. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh. Welcome back to the Fire Group Cup number 5 playoffs. Welcome to the quarterfinals. We just wrapped up with our first quarterfinals, so congratulations to Power for making it through. And now we're here to crown our next semifinalist. Who's it going to be? Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the red Terran player. The red Terran, it is YoungYakov. I'll change his color. Well, I got you. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player himself. It is Strange. Let's go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, Strange is a very strange opponent, very strange player, but I would favor him coming into this just because YoungYakov has only recently returned to competitive play. YoungYakov, he was on a very long hiatus, and we'll see if we can keep up with the unorthodox play of Strange as we are opening up with a proxy. Let's go. Send it, Pappy, send it. It's going to be a proxy here from Strange. I would imagine proxy gates. I don't think we're going to be seeing a proxy Stargate, right? Yeah, just gateways. Gateways here from Strange. Just be hyper aggressive early on. Unfortunately for Strange, it's double gas. Double gas opener out of YoungYakov. What does that mean? That means a faster factory. It means rags into a factory, into a delayed CC. We'll see if we go for a command center on the high ground or on the low ground. If it's a low ground command center, then ideally Strange is going to be there to punish it. I mean, ideally, it would have been a CC on the low ground already, an economic opener, and then Strange snowballs from there. But that is not the case. I see someone asking in chat, are you going to sleep today before your long Christmas trip? I'm going to leave as soon as the cast ends. Hopefully the cast doesn't last too long, but basically as soon as the cast ends, I'm heading out. I'm going to be heading out here. And we're basically going to be driving all day. And then, there you go. Then Christmas. So no time to sleep. No time to sleep. And then I'll be coming back on the 25th. I'll be coming back on the 25th. I think, do we have a cast scheduled the 25th because of that? I think so. Maybe. No, 26th. Okay. Yeah, that is the plan. We'll be back casting on Boxing Day, basically. Back casting on Boxing Day. Meanwhile, oh my god, the proxies don't end. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. The proxies do not end. Wind Marshal goes off. Bunker is ready in the high ground. One Stalker going to be going down. Very nice control here out of YoungYakov. Does start a step forward, takes down the Stalker, takes down the Zealot, and so far he holds on one base. And again, it was just really fortunate that YoungYakov happened to be going for a double gas opener. Alas, because that Strange has been a little bit less successful, he's going for a delayed expansion, but he's opening up DTs. The Dark Shrine is on the way. So it's going to be one base DTs into a very late expansion. Again, Strange living up to his name. He's living up to it. Let's go. Now, DTs have a lot of potential, considering only one orbital, right? There's only one orbital here, so scans are going to be very limited for YoungYakov. But he should soon have a second base is the problem. As we should be morphing in that orbital as quickly as possible. Ooh, never mind. Landing it here first. Okay. So YoungYakov is going to attempt to land his expansion. Stalker's going for the tank. The tank is going to go down just barely for 2 Stalkers. Was that worth it? Oh my god. Stalkers, they get away. They pull back. YoungYakov pushing forward, getting on top of the gateways, on top of the proxy. Oh my god. And nice start of 7 once again. Takes out another Stalker. Only 2 Stalkers left. Only 2 Stalkers remaining. Pylon goes down. Depowers the gateway. DT is going to be very delayed here when it comes to the warp in. And there they come. The slow warping of DTs. Just the one for now. And there's a lot of pressure. Just one charge. What is happening? We're going proxy charge. Let's go. Charge is on the way. Singular DT, which is unfortunate. That means only one scan. Only one scan is going to be required. No energy here in the natural. There is not enough energy in the main yet. Soon to be, though, in a couple of seconds. If there were 2 DTs we could split up in between the bases at least. Oh, he notices. Does notice. There's the scan. DT does nothing. And YoungYakov defends. He's in a good position as well. In a good position. Does evacuate? Oh, overreaction. He believes there's another DT on the way. There is none. No, I mean there is, to be fair. But I mean there's gonna be another scan, right? Okay. Maybe a wise choice to pull away. Does pull away. You could argue premature, but regardless, as it does lose only 2 SCVs. Okay, he holds. Does hold. Behind this, Strange is building up towards charge lots. Has only 2 gateways for now. We should be seeing a gateway explosion. And does it go for a 2-base all-in? I mean, YoungYakov's gonna be the one that moves out. Does move out. Takes down the Dark Templar. Making his way across the map. There is a turret back at him to defend. Here we go. Now, Stim is done. Bear that in mind. Stim is done here for YoungYakov. Oh. Likewise, defensive DTs. Is there a scan? Okay, there's 1 scan. The other DT does get away. Does escape. There's no army. there's no army here. 2 Stalkers and a Zealot. The DT, let's go. He has a little work to do. Pylon goes down. YoungYakov waddling into the main. Does run into an Immortal. Sims once again. 1 tank goes down. Can he get the other tank? He can. Second tank is going to fall as well. Meanwhile, the Marines, they bust into the mineral line. DTs across the map. DTs. Yo. Can he win with purely DTs? Potentially. He cleans up everything. He's going to lose 18 probes. His economy is crippled. And he defends. Yeah, YoungYakov defends back at home. He does have a scan. Catches the Prism as well. And Strange, he doesn't really have much left going for him. I mean, the worker counts are neck and neck, which is crazy, by the way. Worker counts are neck and neck. We're even on bases. If we kept the War Prism alive, then I think we could of course continue to harass and come in with our Templar. But now we have turrets on the way. It's a very scrappy game. But YoungYakov should have the advantage. He's moving out. He should be holding on to scans. He is. He has a scan. Making his way into the main. Sims in. Depowers the gateways. Does depower. Archon coming in from behind, but nah, this army is going to snowball out of control. Takes down Zealots. Takes down the Immortal as well. The Archon shots are brutal though. Oh my god. But GG gets called, and YoungYakov, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A really odd game 1, but an entertaining one. That's what matters. That's what matters most here. Crazy game 1. And that's why we love Strange. He is his own being, his own Protoss, if you will. Comes up with his own builds, does his own thing, and I mean, he can play macro, or he can play, I say macro, he can play, like, you know, 2 or 3 base oriented. He can go for these later timings instead, but typically he is more of an aggressive player, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he does approach game number 2. I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm excited here. As the pressure is now on Strange to bounce back in the series. The pressure is on. Here we go. See people asking in the chat. I think it's what, like a 7-hour drive? 7 hours? It's a location in between Sydney and Melbourne. In between. Going on a road trip. He's a caster, but he's just gonna shut down for Christmas. Exactly. I have to recharge my batteries. Ah. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, leading the series 1-0. It is YoungYakov. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Strange. And kids, that's why you don't do DT build. I mean, I hesitate to even call that a DT build, I'll be honest. Like, what Strange did was just his own thing. Like, there are DT openers in this matchup, 100%. I do recommend watching Geralt versus Bjorn. This was... Geralt versus Bjorn. I think it was the final ESL Open Cup Americas before the off-season. Maybe the week before the final week of ESL Open Cup Americas. But Geralt versus Bjorn, it was on the blue map. Oh god, I'm forgetting the names. Not Oceanborn. The previous map pool. Jesus. That map. Yeah, where he was able to open up a DT and was able to take Bjorn down. But not quite the same way that Strange executed that build. Regardless, gonna be settling in. Yo, the names of the previous map pool have just been wiped from my memory. I'm done with them. As once again, Strange is setting up for a proxy. Let's go. Setting up the proxy. What's it going to be? Waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is done. Do we go Twilight Council? Robo. Okay, it's going to be a one-base all-in. Proxy Robo. Let's go. Oceanborn, that's it. I was like the one that's under the sea, but not Abyssal Reef. What was I thinking? Oceanborn. But it was on Oceanborn. Geralt versus Bjorn. But yeah, I've noticed as I do that, I typically, like, every season I just purge the names of the previous map pool. Obviously there are certain names that stand out to me, but for the most part I just wipe the storage unit inside my mind. Just update it with the new maps. Like, visually I remember them, but the names specifically, nah, we're done. We've moved on. Never again. Never again. As Strange... It's proxy Robo into proxy Twilight Council. It's gonna be DT. You do not proxy a Twilight Council like this without DTs. So another DT. Again, if you're in the chat, if you're a sensible human, if you're a sensible Protoss player in the chat, there aren't many sensible Protoss players. This is not legal. What Strange is doing, it is not legal. Do not try this at home. He's crazy. He's lost his mind, Pappy. Oh god. Don't try this at home. It's not safe. As yep, proxy Dark Shrine, as we assumed. Again, you don't proxy a Twilight Council without reason to go proxy DTs as well. Strange rocking up with the initial Immortal, with the initial Prism. I mean, he reveals that it is proxy Robo. YoungYakov is aware. Behind this 3cc? I didn't even know that. My apologies. That was a 3rd CC, what, before 2nd racks? The greediest build possible. He's crazy. 3cc before 2nd racks. Now he's getting into his own bio, but he has no tanks. Because of this build, there are no tanks to defend. There's no factory. Only Vanilla Marine. Force fields the ramp. Strange. He's pulling this up. The boys that have to be pulled. Boys are being pulled. Stim is denied. The repairs, though. Repairs just in time. Save Stim. Stim is saved. Adepts into the main. You know what? If we could reinforce with just extra adepts, we could just pop off. We don't need the DTs. Just extra adepts, and that could be game. Even just a 2nd Immortal. If we just made a 2nd Immortal instead, or just extra war pins. We don't need to be this fancy. Like, Milky Cow is getting away with murder. Here we go. DTs are waddling in. No scans! Oh, almost. There's almost a scan in the main. Almost one scan in the main base. DTs are revealed. SCVs are going to be going down. He's crazy. The one immortal drop gets out. Workers, they transfer in between the bases. Where's that one scan? There it is. Scan in the main. But only one scan was available. And now Milky Cow is stuck on a one-base economy. Another DT's morphing in. Turret's on the way. Can he deny the turret? He's trying to. Yeah, he denies the turrets. DT is still wreaking havoc. Drop back into the main. Scan is almost ready. Oh, he gets the turret. Snipes the turret. There's a scan. That was the second scan. We need a third. There. Okay, we have a third scan. Third scan is available. I mean, again, triple orbital, right? Triple orbital, so there are extra scans. Natural almost goes down, is on fire. Ooh, the scan was actually at the natural CC. Oh. Okay, there's another. There's another scan. Jesus. As he drops in, Sim is done. Going for the dive. Doesn't quite get the prism. Natural's on fire, is saved, is repaired. Cyclone has arrived. There's the scan. And throughout all this, back at home, Strange is on the two-base economy. Like, he's up on workers. He's actually mining efficiently. Oh, the Immortal, no! The Immortal gets is left out there. Is abandoned. First Immortal goes down. Nice snipe on the Cyclone. Okay, now we're calming things down. Whew, we're calming things down. Milky Cow, he can now stabilize on two bases, but again, he has been stuck on a one-base economy for so long. And back at home, where is Strange taking this? We have a couple more Immortals on the way, Charge Lots. Technically, we have Archon production as well. Charge is almost done. So Charge Lot, Archon, Immortal, but with a very small army. It's going to be enough, though. Here we go. See, chat. I'd sub to Netflix if I could watch games like this every day. Oh god, he's an animal, Pat. He's an animal. Oh no. Bunker goes down. Takes out the second bunker as well. Shields triggered here on the Immortals. Boys are being pulled. He's going for the dive. Diving in. Master shot 2 on the Archon. Archon does barely survive. Ooh, Archon goes down. Nice pickup. The last Immortals are exposed. Pick up micro here by Strange. Saves the Immortal. He's breaking through. He's overwhelming the army. Breaks through the natural. GG. The 1G. And we're going to the ace match. Let's go. Oh my god. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. The hell, what the hell's happening? What the hell is going on? Also, big shout out. It happened during the break. I do apologize. It did slip my mind, but I shouted to Viking in the chat for the Twitch Prime. Thank you. Did subscribe during the break in between the quarterfinals. Thank you so much. I was meant to give you a shout out earlier, but this series just has been very chaotic, and my brain is melting a little bit. It's no, I'm losing it, Pappy. I'm losing it. Here we go. Just catching up. Let us go to Canberra. Not quite. Not quite. Similar distance, but different direction. there's a lot of land in between Sydney and Melbourne. Canada's a very small place. Sorry, Canada? Canberra is a very small place. Canada confirmed in between Sydney and Melbourne? True. It is known. And here we go. We're getting into our ace match here. One way or another, the series ends here and now. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our red Terran player, the red Terran, being forced into the ace match after a very crazy and chaotic game. We'll see where this leads. It is Milky Cow. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. He's just having fun. he's just enjoying life, Poppy. He's just taking down these top GMs with some crazy builds. He's lost his mind. It is strange. Let's go. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. And for the first time, no proxy. Strange. He's expanding. He's crazy. Gate expand. And even this is like out of the norm. Typically in this matchup, it is safer, or it is more standard to go gate, then cybercore, then you expand. But this is just straight up gate expand here. So Strange from hyper aggression, hyper greed. Hyper greed here from Strange, going for the faster nexus, going for a delayed cybercore, delayed initial unit as well. So already spicing things up. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see Milky Cow going double gas. Double gas opener here out of Milky Cow, going to a faster factory, delayed CC. After what just happened, both in game 1 and game 2, I would not be surprised if Milky Cow plays as safely as possible. He's looking for, he's looking for proxies. He's looking for proxies. He's trying to hunt down something that doesn't exist. He's fighting ghosts, Pappy. Oh my god. I don't blame him. Making sure that nothing crazy, like something crazy is out there. Who knows what? It's Strange. That's what's out there. Oh no. Be careful, Pappy. Be careful. The G is for genius. Oh, no. That's one way to put it. I would say Strange. He's like the mad scientist. That's what he is. That's what he is. It's like the European version of SOS. Oh no. He's like the European version of, I think maybe the European version of Haas. I think maybe Haas is maybe a little bit more akin. I mean, there's like a certain strain, right? There's like a certain strain of Protoss players out there, like scattered throughout the world, that are like that, right? Your Haas, your SOS, your Strange. They're just hyper aggressive, very cheesy. They come with their own builds. They do their own thing successfully. They do their own thing. As the Hellion gets shut down. Very nice control here by Strange with the force field. Shuts down the Hellion. Behind this, getting into his Twilight Council, getting into Blink. So Blink based opener, extra gateways. 3-gate Blink setup, and Milky Cow going for the delayed CC on the low ground. Into his 1-1-1. And we do see Milky Cow wants to be active, wants to be aggressive. He's moving out across the map early on. Remember, these are vanilla Marines. No stim. There's no stim. There's no combat shields. There's no upgrades here for them. But there is going to be a medevac to support. Yeah, there we go. There's going to be that medevac. Is boosting across the map. Strange going straight for the third. So 3-gate Blink into a third. Can he hold on to it? I mean, Strange, he's been skipping warp ins. Here goes Marines. They do make their way towards the third base. Strange, can he hold on? He can. Yeah, so far he can. Takes down the Marine, forces the pickup, drop into the mineral line. Strange, he pulls away. Doesn't lose any workers yet. Oh, does get the sentry. Sentry goes down. And he does pick up a handful of probes. The target firing gets 4, he gets 5, he gets 6, 7. Oh my god. 7 workers going down. Strange, he does not pull his workers away. Black-Rat's rallying across Milky Cow. Just rallying across the map. Doesn't quite get another worker here at the natural, but he does apply pressure to the third. And Milky Cow, he has to back off. He has to back off. He has to retreat. In the end, pretty successful damage. Remember, it was a full medevac drop, getting 7 probe kills. Pretty good damage. Pretty good damage here from Milky Cow. Back at home, third CC's on the way. Is building up towards the mid game. And following this up with Tank Banshee. Banshee production underway. You know, Strange, he has Blink. He's pushing in. He's pushing in, but the tanks are ready. Tanks are in position. Strange pulls back. Thankfully, Strange is getting the Observer. We'll have detection. Did scout the main. Yeah, he saw the researching tech lab. Strange is aware. And he should defend. No, without losing a handful of SCVs or probes. Despite that, remember, Strange, he went for a greedy build, earlier Nexus, earlier Natural, earlier Third. So he can afford to lose some workers, but not too many, as he is losing his lead. Meanwhile, diving to the main. Blinks in, barely does not get the tank. Snipes a Cyclone, but the tank does survive. Tank does survive. You're going to Canberra? I'm not going to Canberra. No one goes to Canberra. What are you talking about? The only people that go to Canberra are, one, people that work there because they have to, or like students that go there for school trips. That is that's the Banshee does get sniped. Nicely done. But that is something that happens here, is that like almost every like elementary school, they like at one point or another, like they send all the kids over to Canberra. What are they doing in Canberra? Is Questacon still a thing? Questacon. That's to make sure the kids don't die of boredom. That's the only thing you can do in Canberra. Questacon. If you know, you know. So now we do see big delay here on the third base, sliding off a couple of his Marines. As Mukia does get his third base getting up and running. Banshees, they were defended against, they did go down, and now we can calm things down. Now we can actually settle into a what resembles a standard game. Like after the chaos in game 1 and game 2, here in game 3 we're calming things down. We do have our initial tech of choice, Colossus production. Is the Immortal stuck? Okay, wait, he's good. The Sim City is a little bit awkward here, but it's fine. It's fine. They have to snake their way around. But Colossus production into double Temple Archives, into double Storm. Let's go. Storm and Archons. Strange, he's building up. Milky Cow settling into his own standard setup here, or standard composition by your tank. And he does start his move out. Let's go. He's got 3 tanks. He gets spotted. But because Strange has been taking so much, he doesn't really have much of an army. Also, is that Colossus stuck? Oh. Okay, he can... There we go. he can make it out as well. Strange is not making it easy for them. It's fine. As the Colossus, they have arrived. Here comes a move out from Milky Cow. The army dives in, takes out 2 of the tanks. Oh, takes out all 3. The tanks were sieged. Yeah, brutal pick off here. The tanks that were caught unsieged. Army moves in. And Strange, he can keep going. Bleeds out most of his zealots though. And here comes the Concave. Concave coming in. We need that support for the Colossi. Colossi are good, but they need something here to buffer. The army sims in, takes down 1. 1 Colossus goes down. Zealots, they have arrived. They reinforce. And Strange, he can't keep pushing. He barely has an army. 1 Colossus, 1 Immortal, 3 Stalkers. Oh, the army gets... It does fall, lag behind. Wasting shots here on the depots. Army sims in, going for the Colossus. He wants it. He gets it. I said, oh my god, he doesn't get it. He does. Just barely the final shot. Oh my god. Boys are being pulled away. Zealots, they do rally in. Colossus did go down. It's Strange, he's so close to breaking Milky Cow. He's so close. The final Marauder shot. Crazy. Third base is denied. Colossus does arrive. The Vikings are going to be able to bring it down. There's only 3 Stalkers. But they do turn away the Viking. Viking gets it. Colossus, we need you. Yeah, otherwise distracted by the depots. A lot of SCVs are falling though. The economy is being crippled. Mine shot going off, forcing friendly fire. And even though Milky Cow might be able to hold on here, he's losing too much. He's losing far too much. 37 SCV kills. Strange is up almost 20 workers. Now, this has been a very scrappy kind of fight here, and he's been losing a lot of his high-tech units, but he still has a Colossus. Second Colossus on the way. He can warp in, he can reinforce. Strange, he's in this. Strange does take a lead. Trying to catch reinforcements. Milky Cow, he's committed. Has a decent Marauder army, has 3 Vikings. Viking shots going up. Oh, the mine shots. Put the mines here on the Zealots. Up to 4 Vikings. And can they get the Colossus? They get 1. 1 Colossus goes down, 2nd Colossus as well. And Strange overextends. Despite that, there's not enough on the ground, and Strange, he still holds on. Does cost him 2 Colossi. But he's barely holding on. Mine shots going up. Takes down the Widow Mines. Milky Cow being forced back. Medevac actually getting low. Getting very low here. Strange, he just keeps going. He's crazy. He's crazy. He just keeps rallying. Oh my god, the Archon is started down, and it looks like with this, Milky Cow, he should not hold on. Actually, the Zealots are popping up. And they do break through. They get on top of the Marauders. Marauders, they struggle to trade. As Milky Cow is barely surviving, another Colossus arrives. As Strange, he just rallies everything he can across the map. The boys are being pulled. Colossus Swipes going off here on the SCVs. Oh my god, we're down to 2 Marauders. Down to 1. And the Marauder goes down. Does take down the Colossus with it. But the base has been broken. 20 more SCVs fall. The question mark GG. And Strange, he does it. He takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Strange. He does it again. He does barely, by the way, as we were able to settle and stabilize into a 3-base economy for both players. And Strange, once he started being aggressive, he did not stop. He doesn't know how to turn off the aggression path. He doesn't know. He just rallies everything across the map. Doesn't matter what he has, like 1, 2, 3, 5 units at most at a time, would push out and barely broke through. Broke the back of Milky Cow. GG. GG, well played. With that, Strange will advance on to the semifinals, and I believe we have our semis ready for us. We have our semifinals ready. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. Here we go. We have the upper semis, which is going to be the PvP between Power and Shameless, and with the lower semis, which is going to be the PvZ between Wayne and Strange. Let's go. Let us go. So we have our matches ready for us. We have our semifinals. I believe we're going to be casting the PvP first. I believe we're casting Shameless versus Power first, followed by Wayne versus Strange, then the grand finals. So 3 matches we're waiting here tonight. Semis, then grand finals. That is the plan. That is the plan here. As for now, we are going to be wrapping, or we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break before getting into those semifinals. See you soon. Just catching up. I was starting uni in Canberra soon. Oh, let's go. Esther Kenny. Wish you the best. I hope you find something to do. I think I know one person in Canberra. That's Jadolf. Jadolf, he's a Australian Terran player. Does live in Canberra. Does work in Canberra, I should say. But with that, we are going to be going on that short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series. See you soon. See you soon as vetoes are underway. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you enjoyed that lovely, brutal OSC as we have returned. We just wrapped up with both quarterfinals here in the 5 Group Cup number 5 playoffs, and now we are live with the semifinals. We're done with the best of 3s, and now we are embracing the best of 5s. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of a major level, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Hazard Esports. It is Power. And Power, he already did pull off a crazy result, a crazy upset where Power took down the favorite player to win the entire tournament. He took down YoungYakov. He took down YoungYakov in the best of 3 matchup. And with that, he has shaken this tournament to its core. Like, what was supposed to be a rematch between YoungYakov and Wayne has been denied thanks to Power. Now suddenly, are we gonna have like a PvP finals? Like, is that what's gonna happen now? Like anything could happen. It's crazy. It's out of this world. For now, though, we're embracing our initial PvP. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets while you can, as predictions are soon to close. You can place your bets on who you think will take the series and who is going to be the first to make it to the grand finals. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat with your gamba, with your predictions, as we do settle in. Whew. And we have our 2 gate openers. 2 gate opener out of Power, 2 gate opener out of Shameless as well. So far, so good. From here, we'll get into our initial units of choice. No proxy either. We have the second pylon in the main base for Power. Likewise, second pylon in the main base for Shameless as well. So double pylon setups, 2 gate openers, and we will soon either go double adept, double stalker, or stalker sentry. What do we have? What do we got? There we go. Stalker sentry here from Power. We do have a single sentry opener out of Shameless. What does this mean? This means, oh, okay, he's still going for the stalker. Never mind. If it was going to be sentry into zealot, I would imagine that he's going for a cancellation on the second unit and going for a faster expansion. We'll see if he goes for that here. As again, the initial stalker was delayed. Was delayed, but it is going to finish. Okay. It is going to let it finish. Both players are staying up for the expansions. There we go. Nexus for Power, and we should be seeing a Nexus from the side of Shameless momentarily as well. There it is. So 2 gate openers, Stalker Sentry into expand. So far, mirrored builds, mirrored setups. Also, don't forget to juice it up. Juice it up, baby. Juice it up. So chat, which toss should I bet on? I mean, coming into this, I do favor, I think by now the predictions have closed, so hope you got it in, but I do favor Shameless. There's been a lot of hype, and we have hyped Shameless up a lot this year. Like, Shameless has been getting better and better results over the past year of play. Like, Shameless in my mind is like the rising star of 2023. Sorry, 2024, what I meant to say. He's been looking so good this year when it comes to improving, and his rate of improvement has been very impressive. He's a very young player. He's 18 years old. For most of this year when he was competing, he was 17 as well, and yeah, has been looking really solid. Likewise, Power has been spiking up more recently. It's been over the past couple of weeks and couple of months that Power has been on our radar. The Power has been getting better and better results, but I do feel like coming into this, Shameless is going to be favored. But I mean, YoungYakov was also favored against Power, and we saw what happened there. So, okay, upsets are possible. Upsets are possible. Speaking of upsets, that is a fast Forge. Interesting. Robo into Forge, into +1, Immortal production here. Power, it looks like he wants to hit a very strong +1 timing. Borderline even looking for an all-in with that +1 as well. Curious. Back at home, Robo opener out of Shameless as well. This is a side you rarely see, by the way. Usually we see a dynamic between like a Robo opener and a Twilight Council opener, or Twilight Council versus Stargate. Here, straight up Robo versus Robo. And oh my god, Shameless is pushing in here and now. He's going for it. Shameless, he is going for it. Sentries are ready, but the Immortal is likewise ready here for Power as well. Shield battery's on the way. Shield battery does finish, forcing back Shameless. So far, Power, he's holding on. Power is holding, getting his own War Prism for his own counter micro. Shameless not gaining any ground. Does rotate towards the main. Power is trying to keep up. Rotates as well. Shameless, he does see the rotation with the Observer. Going for the Immortal. Prism has arrived. So far, good micro here. By Power. Saves the Immortal. Ooh, 1 sentry goes down. But Power holds. However, he holds onto 2 bases. Behind this, +1 is halfway done. He's getting into the Twilight Council for, I would imagine, either Charge or Blink. Shameless likewise backs off, also taking up as well. He has his own +1 on the way. His own +1. Shameless, he does pick in. Getting some scat information. Trying to get a read on what's going on. Does see the extra gateways. As Shameless has yet to expand himself. Both players are just playing 2 base. 2 base play out of both players. Both players are just keeping up with each other. Of course, +1 is finishing up much faster, and we can try to get into +2. As we are embracing those upgrades. Ooh, now, despite Power having +1, +2 is going to be, there we go, +2 is now going to be on the way. So he's going to be maintaining that upgrade lead. I was a little bit concerned that he was going to delay it a little bit longer. But he has +2 on the way. And still no expansion. Still no 3rd base. Shameless is setting up for 1. Shameless getting in position. Power likewise trying to get a read on what's going on. Does scout the pylon. And once the hallucination goes down, Shameless expands. Shameless does expand. Power, he is setting up. Still expanding behind this as well, but he is committing that much harder here to the push. And what does he have? He has 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals, 2 Archons, almost an equivalent Immortal count from his opponents. He's up in Zealots. Does deny the expansion. At the same time, it attempts to get into the mineral line. Yeah, probes are going down. Power force the recall. And force the recall back home. Results in the main as well. Depowering the gateways. Massive pickups. The last Zealot, Power he will defend. Shameless, so he was forced to cancel. He's stuck on 2 bases. And Power, he's going to be the one with the expansion instead. Oh, that's a lot of gateways being depowered. Jesus. Power, he has to stabilize. Prism backs up, but the Prism is still alive. Shameless now expanding, but Power has that base lead. It's getting up and running. Is getting up and running. There we go, +3 on the way. Just maintaining those upgrades. We'll see if either player feels bold enough to try to take into their own into their own bay, into disruptors. For now, just purely charge the Archon Immortal for both players, from both sides. Both sides. This Power does have the slightly better economy. Shameless not too far behind him, is long distance mining. He's moving out. Prism into the main. Does force a defensive warp in, but Power, he does stand his ground. But Power's being overwhelmed in the main, and +3 could be denied. That's actually a massive pickoff. Yeah, +3 is going to be denied. No +3 for Power. He does not maintain that upgrade advantage. The upgrades are tied up. +3 begins for Shameless. Likewise, going for the pylons. Another warp in. Power, he responds. Yeah, when he pulls away, Shameless, he pulls in. Falling back for now. Power, he's supply blocked. He's trying to keep up. He cannot reinforce, but he will defend. He will defend the main base. Yeah, Bay is on the way. This makes sense. Bay, Stargate, Disruptor production, and potentially Phoenixes or Skytos. We'll see which. We'll see which. And on the one hand, I do like the tech from Power. The problem is this feels like a reaction. This feels like he's being forced into it because he knows he's behind in upgrades and because he knows that his Gateway army is going to be weaker than that of his opponent. So there's going to be a window. There's going to be a window in time before Power can get into Disruptor production where he's going to be vulnerable. Likewise, there's no second Robo. I would love to see a second Robo and double Disruptor production instead. Phoenixes have begun. Disruptors on the way. Supply, the supply block is brutal. A very brutal supply block. 3 pylons on the way. This is where, again, I would like to see a second Robo. We need more Disruptors as quickly as possible. Zalsay, did he get a kill? Oh my god, that's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. Nicely done there by Power. Does get some counter damage. As Shameless, he is not teched. He is not teched up. He's still just sticking and committing with this composition. And he's moving out. And he's going to hit with +3. +3 is done in 5 seconds. And Shameless is going for the kill. Can Power hold on? The Archons, they do so much damage to these Zelts. Zelt's going to be melting. Not bad. Power breaking through. The Archons, they put in a lot of work. Likewise, getting some of the Archons suspended. Nova goes off. Teasing connection. Grazes the Archons. Shameless gaining ground. The shield battery putting in some work. Oh, the lifts. Here comes the Phoenix. Here comes the lift as well. But Power Eyes being overwhelmed. And the Archons, they break through the defensive line. They get on top of the Immortals. The Nova was not good enough. And Shameless, he has done it. Again, that +3 timing. GG gets called. And Shameless takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Shameless does take a lead in the series, but that was a very, very tense game. Very close, very back and forth as well. Initially, Power was in a better position, but we saw specifically the War Prism into the main. The Prism into the main base did overwhelm. Unfortunately, Power, he was just unable to really stop those elves from wreaking havoc and from denying the upgrades, from depowering the gateways, and from pulling them apart. Did pull them apart, did allow Shameless to have a very, very strong timing with that upgrade lead with +3, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Again, Power, he needed more time for more Disruptors. Unfortunately, got supply blocked. Unfortunately, his production was also lackluster as well. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into our next game, into game 2. Of this best of 5. It's going to be on Ley Lines. Oh boy. And, it was a really odd game as well, just seeing both players mirror each other. I'm curious if they're familiar with each other as well. I'm curious if they're, I mean, not familiar with, I'm curious if they are closer than just, of course, you know, active members of the scene and the community. If they practice together, I mean. Because, again, they both just went right down the same path. Robo Opener into Charger Archon, Immortal. 2 base aggression, very late thirds. They were almost mirroring each other the entire time. Almost. I should say that they basically were. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. In the bottom left of Ley Lines, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy leading the series 1-0. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Hazard Esports down in the series, but it's a best of 5. Plenty of opportunities here to bounce back and to make a series out of this. It is Power. Here we go. We are going to be moving out. And my eyes are on the probes because, hello, Power. What's going on? His worker does skirt around the edge of the map. Shameless is going for a standard probe scout. Meanwhile, Power does hide his worker towards the left-hand side. And I'm curious what purpose this is for. As the probe is hidden. And does skirt towards the natural. Do have the first get into the main for Shameless and Power. He does hide his worker here in that natural waste behind the mineral line. Do we go for the proxy here? In the natural with his opponents. Curious. So far we're waiting for that second pylon. Show us the pylon. Up, up, up. There it is. There it is. The pylon has been placed in the natural here of Shameless. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be all or nothing here. I would imagine proxy pylon with... Oh, do we go proxy robo right into the natural? It's possible. Or just proxy gateway. We'll see. As the Cybercore is about to finish, Cybercore is done and shows the robo. Oh. There it is. Yeah, proxy robo right in the face here of Shameless. Shameless back at home, just stand that open. Just Stalker into Sentry. Setting up in the low ground. Does confirm, of course, the pylon is missing. He knows that something is off. He knows that something is wrong, but it could just be a fake out. It could be a fake proxy pylon for all Shameless knows. Or it could be real. It even could be in his natural. It's crazy. As alas, Shameless has yet to confirm. He doesn't see what's going on. Does he expand? Oh, oh my god. As Shameless, does he go for Tech first or Nexus first? Is it going to be the Nexus or is it going to be the Robo? Shameless is still in the dark. He goes for his own hallucination scouts. He confirms that there's nothing in the main. Something's wrong. There's no expansion. There's nothing in the main base. Robo. Immediately. Robo, second gateway, third gateway even. Shameless, he knows that something's wrong and that there's a proxy. What exactly it is, he doesn't know. He's looking. He's looking for the proxy. He has confirmed that something, an all-in is coming. Yeah, shield battery's on the way. Doesn't know where it is, but he knows that something is coming his way. Yeah, shield battery, another pylon. The all-in is almost upon us. Thankfully, Shameless did not expand. If he did, that could have been game then and there. But he is set up on the high ground. And again, just really good response so far to Shameless. With shield batteries, pylons, robo, gateway. So far, the correct response. Shameless coming in with a rescout. Still confirming there's nothing here. Gets eyes on the 3-gate setup. Does get eyes on the setup. Shading out. We'll see if Power can still pull this off. I mean, it's going to be difficult, right? He's pushing into a concave, pushing into force fields, and pushing into shield batteries and energy overcharge as well. Like, there's a lot available here to Shameless. As we mentioned, it's just really important that he was able to deduce what was happening as quickly as he did. Because the longer this goes on, the better it is for Shameless. Yeah, Bay is on the way. Power going proxy disruptor. Let's go. Going for the disruptors. I mean, that is a way to try to bounce back. Try to gain more value in this game. And he's waiting for it. He's waiting for it. Now, checking the vision, Shameless, he saw the Bay. Because he saw the Bay, Stargate. What's that for? Phoenixes. The goal here is Phoenixes. With that, he can lift and deny the Nova. He can lift the Nova. Oh my god, it's going to be Colossus, not Disruptor. He's crazy. But the Phoenix is still a really good option anyway. Because the Phoenix, it can deny the Prism, can zone it away, and even lift the Immortal specifically. And add DPS to the Colossus. We should be seeing that Phoenix. Force fields the other way. Oh no! And the Stalkers, they get trapped. Massive hiccups. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. 4 Stalkers go down. 1 gets saved. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses. Brutal pickoffs. Yeah, he commits. He commits to the Shade. Chases back the army. Shameless, he breaks out. Colossus has arrived. He's like, Colossus? He's like, what's going on? Regardless, he's going to be able to overwhelm. Decent damage here on the Gateway Army. Immortals, they break through. Nice juggling, nice control. There's only one Colossus left. Here comes a Phoenix to chase down the Prism, and nothing shoots up. The Prism will eventually go down. There's no saving it. GG gets called, and Shameless takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG. Well played. Again, just really good scouting, really good response out of Shameless, and really good continued scouting as well. Remember, Shameless, he kept his probe alive, so he was able to rescout with the probe, confirming that there was no expansion, then into the follow-up hallucination scout as well to confirm the Bay follow-up. So all just, yeah, really well set up there by Shameless. Does completely shut power down, and with that, Shameless takes a lead in the series, extends the lead at 2-0. One more game is all that Shameless needs. Again, Shameless, I'm sure he's happy with Power being the one to knock out YoungYakov, and Shameless, he's ready to just keep going, ready to just send that from here, to take it home, to bring it home, make it at least to those grand finals. The pressure is now on Power. Oh no. The pressure is on Power, and we'll see if he can recover and bounce back, because one more loss and he is out of the tournament. Now, our players are asking for a moment. We're more than happy to oblige, but they're asking for a moment here before jumping into the next game. I mean, again, especially considering the game state here and considering that everything's on the line, it makes sense. It does make sense. We are more than happy to oblige. So we're going to be going on a very short break before getting into the remainder of the series. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back. I apologize for the break, but I hope you enjoyed the brutal OC as we returned with the remainder of our first semifinals match. We are halfway through, I mean potentially towards the end. We're here to find out. This morning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss, leading the series 2-0. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Hazard Esports down in this series. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Power. Here we go. Star could be settling in. Also, as we get into game number 3, a big shout out to, I should say, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, true. It is right around the corner in a couple of days. Here, it's the 23rd, and tomorrow is Christmas Eve already. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, so, oh boy, it's coming up to us, So, hope you enjoy the holidays, hope you enjoy your time with your families, friends, even alone. Hope you enjoy yourselves. Take care, everyone. Take care. It's gonna be amazing. It'll be beautiful, I'm sure. Looking forward to just sleeping, really. It's gonna be so nice just being able to sleep and not wake up like in 6 hours to cast or something. I mean, I say that, I'll be honest, I'm probably just going to be working on CranKy Ducklings stuff the entire, like, while I'm away. I'm taking my laptop, and I'm probably just going to be making, like, YouTube thumbnails the entire time, and, like, scheduling VODs, and editing VODs, and, yeah, that's most likely what's going to happen for the most part. But, you know, regardless, it'll be nice to just be, you know, out and about. Boot even. Be beautiful. For now, though, we have our openers. 2-gate opener out of Power. Likewise, a 2-gate opener here by Shameless as well. Power did go for a proxy, but it is this time a fake proxy pylon. I like this just because previously in game number 2, Power did open up with a very real proxy in the natural base of Shameless. This time he fakes it out, but Shameless is going to scout. He's checking here towards left hand side. He checks the linear third base first. He goes down to low ground and checking his vision up. Oh my god, barely doesn't see the pylon. He does not confirm. And with that, Shameless, he might even send out another worker to scout here across the map. We'll see how he does. Yeah, there we go. Stalker moves out to check the linear third location. He's looking for the pylon. He's looking for the pylon, looking for the proxy that does not exist. I mean, it kind of exists. It kind of exists a little bit. But Shameless, he's active. Searching for the proxy Stargate, the proxy Robo. Does move out with the Adept. Back at home, Power does expand, and Shameless he confirms. Even though he doesn't see the proxy, seeing the expansion confirms that there is no all-in, there is no aggression. We can settle into a normal standard game. Now Power will have the economic advantage as his base is almost done, and Shameless just now going to be expanding after the Stargate. It's going to be initially a Stargate opener. We'll move out. Adept gets into the main, gets 2 probe kills, not bad. Does shade away. So far, so good. Meanwhile, with this Twilight Council opener, I would imagine Blink is going to be on the horizon for Power. So Blink based opener, faster natural. Shameless, it's going to be on him to get some economic damage. Pokes in, going to be forced back. Shameless retreating here from the main army. Oracle into the main. Is there anything in position? There's a shield battery. There is a shield battery. That should be enough. As the Oracle's going for the stasis, Power, he does react in time, he does pull away. 2 probes get caught. And that could have been worse. Could have been so much more worse. Adept shades in, nothing to kill. And Shameless is attempting to recover and bounce back. Likewise, because of the blink timing, Shameless is going to be stuck at home. Going to be stuck at home for the most part. Now following this up with double Oracle. He's going to be working towards his own blink stalkers. Eventually, he's getting there. Actually, Blink not too far behind. I don't know, for some reason I assumed that this building here was the Twilight Council. So yeah, not too far behind. Blink is on the way. Double Oracle into the main. Gets 1 probe. 1 probe goes down. Shameless pulling back. We're just gearing up in towards the mid game. Power, he has his own adepts. They get caught out. Nice movement here by Shameless. Chasing the adepts. They don't quite commit to the shade, which means the adepts should be going down. He gets 1. He gets 2. He will get both adepts. Nice stepping here by Shameless. Brings them down. Power going for a... Wait, proxy pylon? Are we feeling DTs? I feel like if we wanted to go into Dark Temple, I would have seen this already. So much later proxy here by Power. Going for a 3rd, but I feel like if we're going to proxy anything, it's going to be a Dark Shrine, right? Unless it's just a spotted pylon, but the probe wouldn't be here. The probe wouldn't be sticking around. What do you have for us? Oracle gets shut down, he gets 1. Oh, there it is, Dark Shrine. So a much more delayed proxy Dark Shrine here out of Power. There is potential, true, there is potential with this, but it is quite late. He does snipe one of the Oracles. There's only 1 Oracle left. There is Revelation, of course, but you know, it's not the most reliable of... I mean, actually, I was going to say there's Revelation. There's also NG Overcharge as well. But there is no Robo. There is no Robo. No Observers here for Shameless. He has to rely on that 1 Oracle. And has to make sure he doesn't lose it. Shameless, he's moving in between the bases. Breaking forward. Likewise, he's going to be able to out-trade here. He does have the higher Stalker count. Last pulls away. Wants to make use of the Stasis Trap. Does want to make use of it. Going to be reinforcing. Looking at the units tab at 19 to 14 Stalkers. Shameless does have the Stalker lead. He has high ground vision. Dark Shrine is done. But Shameless is going for the main. Going for the tech. The Twilight Council. Twilight Council's under fire. It's going to go down. Yeah, there's no saving it. Now, all these Stasis Traps, that also means that there's no Revelation. There's no Revelations available. The damage is being done. DTs are waddling across the map. Oh, the Stasis Traps up. Catches 2 of the Stalkers. Yeah, 2 Stalkers getting caught out. Yeah, Shameless, he can just out-trade. He's breaking through. He just snowballs out of control. He breaks through the main. He can get into the mineral line, playing it safe. And back at home, there's no detection. But he can make another Oracle if he has to. Oh, bit of miscontrol. Throws away 3 Stalkers. DTs, they waddle in. They head towards the main. Probes are going down. And where's the Oracle? It's racing back home. It's racing back home. Getting up to 10 probes. 12 probes going down. 14. Ooh, 14 probe kills. He activates a pulsar beam to kill a DT, which means, okay, there is a Revelation. But 14 workers go down. Power takes an economic lead. It's up in workers. So far, a successful attack here with the DTs. Getting 14 probes. Shameless is forced back home. And Power holds. Oh, he does hold on. Did lose some tech. He was denied charge, of course, but he can recover. Can recover. Another DT waddling out. Does get past the army. There is now a cannon, though. There's a cannon in most of these mineral lines. And the DT is denied. Oh. Trying to get into the mineral line. Likewise, Shameless is being active. Does catch some trains with workers. He can go for the 4th. Likewise, that's so can Power. Power, he saves his 4th base. And across the map, he gets 4 probe kills. Yeah, forced to engage. Power takes a better trade. He's up in supply. Is up in supply at this point. And shamelessly, the advantage that he once had is not there anymore. Thanks to the DTs. They clearly, the Dark Templar, they did more than pay for themselves. They're winning Power this game. As Shamelessly's trying to stabilize. More Dark Templar warping. He just doesn't stop. He just keeps going. More DTs on the way. You could argue that this is a little bit diminishing returns here for Power. I'm not so sure if these are going to be as successful. Second Oracle's on the way. Second Oracle's in production. Power rotating over. DTs, they hit the third. Likewise, going for the fourth. Fourth base is going to go down. Shameless, he has to go for the base trade, but it's such a delayed base trade. As Shameless loses the fourth, and he's losing the third base already. Just now getting across the map. And Power is all over this. Ooh, we'll take a stasis to the face. Shameless going for the third. He is breaking through. Power racing back home. He recalls. Uh-oh. Does recall back home, and Shameless, he can take this fight. He has plenty of stalkers. I assumed that we were just going to commit to the base trade here, but most of the army was kept back across the map. And Power is losing too much, losing far too much here. Oracles have arrived for Revelation. Stage traps being set up. Slow lots of waddling in. Remember, there is no charge. And Shameless, he's doing it. He is doing it. The late base trade is working out. Again, Power, his army will split up. He fought with half his army. He lost everything. Now he has half left. Now he's down to half. He's trying to engage. DT's not going to be good enough. Not anymore. And wow, Shameless, he is snowballing out of control despite losing so many workers earlier, despite being down in supply as well. Oh, I say that though. Where are the Oracles? The Oracles, they did race back home. The Oracles went back home. The base was saved. Power still on 4 next eye. He holds. Whew. He's barely holding on, but he can't really fight the main army is the problem. He can't fight this head on. DTs are fanning out. Speaking of, Dark Shrine gets sniped. Finally, it goes down. Shameless, he's had enough of the DTs. No cannon here at the 4th. The DT can get damage done. Going for the cannon. Cannon is going to go down. Oh my god, it's going to be close. Barely saved by the shield battery. Cannon is safe. Shameless, now he can just focus on his push. And just focus on the attack. It's going to be deflected. So I'll run back here towards the natural. Pro's going to be going down. And Shameless, he's in control. He's now just in control of this game state. Just punishing the stalkers. Denying the DTs. Dragging Power back home. He's trying to hold on. And again, Power, he was in a good position earlier, but not anymore. Likewise, not just the greater army, but the greater upgrades as well. 2-1 for Shameless. And he is breaking through. The shield battery's out of energy. Couple of stalkers remaining. And Shameless, he will not allow a 4th game. He will not allow for Power to just bounce back and try to make a series out of this. No. A much more dominant performance here as Shameless, he will take this. The 4th base is going to fall. He respects the charge lots. Charge is now finally done. But there's no way for Power to save this expansion. No shot. And GG gets called. And Shameless, he will take the series 3-0. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shameless, he's going to be our first to make it to the grand finals here. Congratulations. But a shout out to Power, because even though this semifinals was more one-sided, Power is the player that did knock out the favorite player to win the entire tournament. Power was the one that caused an upset earlier and knocked out YoungYakov. YoungYakov went down in the first round, so that was a big win for Power. And Power, he can walk away with a head held high, as he did very well here today. May have fallen to Shameless, but did really show his prowess in PvZ. In the PvZ matchup instead. GG. GG, well played. Shameless will advance on, and with that, we're getting ready for our second semifinals. Up next is going to be a best of 5 between Wayne and Strange. Oh boy. And we saw some crazy builds out of Strange in the previous PvT. What I will say is that Strange has a little bit less freedom in this matchup. It is a little bit more difficult in PvZ to be as chaotic and as insane, but there are still plenty of all-ins, still plenty of proxies or all-ins or wild builds that Strange can whip out. I don't think it's going to be as chaotic as what we saw in his series against YoungYakov, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what does transpire. Coming into this, if we were casting this match a year ago, I would have favored Wayne. Currently, though, Wayne is not as... he's not as active as he used to be. He's not as active as he used to be. There's a reason why I do think that YoungYakov he's the reigning champion. He was able to have a more dominant performance against Wayne, at least last month. But we'll see. We'll see if Wayne can bounce back and recover and make it to the finals. Without YoungYakov to stop him, this might just be Wayne's tournament to take. I think I would go as far as to say that now Wayne is the favorite player amongst the remaining players. But again, Strange and Shameless, they're no slouch whatsoever. They are here to fight back and here to make some waves. Make some fires? Make some... They're here to grow that fire, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. Here to grow that fire. For now, though, we're going to be settling in. Call them the Shadow Council. Here we go. We're getting into our next matchup. Our Vitas are underway. We'll soon jump in. Marginally more entertaining? What do you mean? Yo, PvP is a very entertaining matchup. Unironically. Yeah, don't get baited by Naruk in the chat. Naruk, he just cries in the chat, bad. Oh no. Just catching up. PvP is like, yeah, it's good. It's good. PvP is good. I think, especially when casting with Asher, for example, would often say that it is one of the more entertaining matchups, for better or for worse. I should emphasize as well when it comes to just how chaotic PvP can be, for better or for worse. Sounds like you weren't here for game 1 or game 2. But we are getting ready for our PvZ up next. Wayne versus Strange. Game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. Looks like our players are done with their vetoes. They're getting things ready. Getting things ready. And likewise, predictions will soon be open. Predictions will soon be open in the chat. You'll soon be able to place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. As I mentioned before, I do think that Wayne is the favorite player now. Now that YoungYakov is gone, Wayne is going to be favored coming into this. But despite that, I mean, upsets have already happened and they can happen again. Strange, it's hard to bet against Strange. I mean, Strange is like the biggest gamble you can go for. Like you saw a series against YoungYakov, Bobby. He's an animal. He's an absolute animal. So I'm curious what kind of builds he does bring to the table against Wayne. And again, this is a Wayne that is not necessarily in form. I mentioned before that Wayne, he has been less active. He hasn't been competing as much. He has been taking a bit of a step back and has been, spending time elsewhere other than just competing and grinding in online tournaments. In his absence, that is why we've had the rise of YoungYakov instead. Have had the rise of some other players in the CIS region. Here we go. As it looks like our players, they need some time. They do need some time here to get things going and to get ready for the semis. Let's go. Let us go. PvE instead. True, true. Where are the co-op campaign streams? And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Zerg player, our red Zerg. The now favorite player to win the entire tournament. We'll see if he can be stopped. We'll see if he can slow down. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player himself, the chaotic nature that is Strange. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Whew. Best of luck. So we are going to be settling in. So far, so good. We should be seeing standard openers here. Yeah, Hatch Gas Pool out of Wayne. Meanwhile, Strange back at home going for his own gate expand. No proxies, no shenanigans for the time being. Something that Strange is known for in this matchup is more along the lines of like 2 or 3 base all-ins. Mid-game aggression is where Strange really does thrive in this matchup, less so in the early game. So again, as I mentioned before, I don't expect to see a series as chaotic as the one that we saw against Milky Cow. Not quite like that. I feel like we peaked early tonight. Like the Strange versus Milky Cow matchup was nonsense. It was great. It was beautiful. Beautiful. So now we do have that gate expand into Cybercore. Likewise, we're just waiting for our tech of choice, waiting for the Cybercore to finish, and then we'll see if we do embrace a Stargate, a Robo, or a Twilight Council. Let's go. Wait to see how that does follow up. Likewise, I'll be honest, I haven't actually seen a lot of Wayne recently. I mean, I was saying earlier how he just hasn't been as active as he used to be. So in general, I'm not too certain if Wayne does enjoy playing Lurker like a lot of other Zerg players do, or if he's more Lingbane versus Ravja focused in the mid game either. So I'm excited. I'm ready to see some more Wayne here because I've been deprived of Wayne for so long. For a long time. Give us some more Wayne. As we have our take of choice, going to be a Stargate opener out of Strange. Stargates, I would imagine, into Oracle, into a third. Because of Strange's style, and because of his preferences, I would not be opposed to a Void Ray opener, even if you play standard, just Void Ray into a standard setup, just to try to keep Wayne in the dark. But we'll see. We shall see. I still love that Red Storm. Ah, it's beautiful. It's a shame it's in the corners of the map, not like in the center or something, but it's a very nice effect. And speaking of Void Ray, there it is. Yeah, Void Ray opener out of Strange. I do really like this. Again, the goal, the purpose of the Void Ray opener is to deny Overlords. Deny Overlords, deny scouting, and keep the Zerg player in the dark as to what comes next. And it could just be a standard game, or it could be something crazy, like a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. It could be a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. It could be even a third base in a standard game. It could be anything. So our eyes are on Strange. As the Overlord is hunted down. Behind this, Wayne just happily joining up. Has some Lings active on the map, but just really to get eyes on any kind of move outs to ideally delay the third. As Wayne does rotate. Does rotate over. Oh! Going for the Adept, going for the Probe. The Probe does survive. Very clutch move out of Strange. Does save the Worker. Did wall off with the Pylon. And Strange holds. Strange expands. Back at him, Evo Chamber. I imagine this is for +1 melee. I imagine +1 melee into Ling Hydra is going to be on the horizon. Meanwhile, Strange, we have the take of choice. Robo. First things first. It is melee. So melee is on the way, as we did mention. So it looks like, again, Ling into Hydra, into Lair Tech. Meanwhile, across that, technically it could be Lings into Mutas as well. True, that is a possibility. Meanwhile, across the map, Strange is going for the Robo. I would imagine this is for early I was gonna say Immortal production. This can lead into a Bay, into Colossus. Twilight Council's on the way. This feels like Immortal Archon with charge, not with Blink Stalkers, I would imagine. But we'll see. We'll see how this all comes together. Observer first. Oracle across the map. 5 drones going down so far. Not bad. As he's keeping tabs on Wayne, going for the stasis. Stasis going off. Lair is on the way. Wayne trying to get a read on what Strange is up to. Safety Roach Warren's on the way. As we mentioned, upon seeing the early Robo, it did scream charge, and there it is. Charge.Archon Immortal is what Strange is going for. Otherwise, we would have seen a faster Fortune Twilight Council instead of a faster Robo. So it's building up towards that army. If you recall, we saw Nikita, we saw Skillus go for a similar style previously in Master Colosseum. Not quite the same, but similar. If you remember, he opened up with an Archon drop instead. There is no Archon drop, we're just building up, getting to charge lots, Gateway Explosion as well, and this should be a massive move out on 3 bases. I did assume that there were going to be some Immortals with this, but it's possible it's just going to be purely Charge or Archon. Purely Charge Archon instead. As Strange is building up. Prism has arrived, and it's go time. And Wayne back at him, thankfully, because of the safety Roach Warren, he needs roaches. If he was committing into purely Ling Hydra, he'd just die here and now. He would just topple over, as it is so difficult to defend, but roaches are necessary against these earlier move-outs and these more aggressive builds. So thankfully, safety Roach Warren, Roach Ravager is amassing for Wayne. Did read this well, is still taking in towards an infestation pit, a little bit greedy here from Wayne. A little bit. And Strangely moves out, the army is revealed, and he's going for the 4th. And the 4th base should go down. Stasis going off, saves the queen. Nice force fields. Very nice. As the force fields are broken, Lings, they get called out. Hatchery does fall. But what about the follow-up? As the queen should eventually go down. There should be no escaping from here. Wayne coming in from behind. Likewise, going for a big link counterattack instead. Immortal gets caught out. Yeah, the Immortal is surrounded. Nice catch. The shield battery putting in a lot of work, but the Immortal does fall. And here comes the recall. And you can see the Immortal production, not just 1, 2. Second Robo. Second Robo is done. Double Immortal production here for Strange. He did well. Killed the 4th base. Killed a couple of workers. Saved his own 3rd. But ideally, he wanted to be still on the map. This thing run by did force him back home, and now Wayne has some breathing room. He's able to breathe. Building up more roaches. And Strange, he's just gearing up and getting ready for the 2nd wave. Wayne is looking for a 4th. Confirms that there is none. The wall! Oh, the wall is wide open! The wall is not a wall. Lings, they flood into the natural and into the main. Strange out of position. And as Strange responds with the entire army, Wayne, he hits the 3rd. He's just pulling pulling Strange apart. Wayne is all over this, going for the Immortals. Hot pickup does not save the Immortal. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Strange. He did lift the wrong Immortal. Files, they connect. They strip away their shields on the Immortal as well. A nice force field though, nice catch. Efficient trades here from Strange. Takes another bout to the face. He's committed, he's all in. At this point, he's all in. No 4th behind this. It's all or nothing, he's going for the 3rd. Some of the army does lag behind. Strange has to bring it all together. The Immortals, they step forward. Sorry, the Roaches, they step forward. They go for the Immortals. Oh, they get 1. There's 1 Immortal left. And it's going to be targeted down. Oh, the Immortal falls. Doesn't get unloaded. And with that, Wayne, he holds. He shuts down the army, takes down the Immortals, the Prism, and the Archons as well. It was close, though. Wayne did lose a mineral line, but alas, Strange lost everything. And now he's vulnerable to a counterattack. Wayne, he's looking to snowball out of control, takes everything down, going for a counterattack, and there is almost nothing to defend. There's 1 shield battery, 2 Archons, and nothing else. No Immortals, no Prism. A very intense back and forth here in game one, but Wayne, he will overwhelm. Will overwhelm in the end. Getting to the mineral line, knocking down the expansion. There is a reinforcing immortal, but the immortals on their own, they can't really do much here. They cannot save the base, not on their own. And GG gets called as Strangey runs out of steam, and Wayne takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Wayne does take the first game here. Does take a lead. Here we go. Does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. So again, just really good scouting from Wayne. He was able to recognize what was going on. He thankfully did not cut too many corners. He did go for the safety Roach Warren, and he was able to keep up. Despite that, Strange was quite successful with his move out. What really carried Wayne in this game was the Ling run-bys. The Ling run-bys were able to give him some breathing room, give him time to actually build back up and maintain himself. Again, the Ling run-bys were the MVPs there for Wayne. GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Wayne, aka Vanya, aka Radata, aka Radicate, Bruce. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player trying to pull a fast one over on his opponent. And again, he wasn't looking too bad in that last game, but just barely didn't have enough to break through, and likewise had to respond to those run-bys. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Strange. Let's go. So do settle in. See in chat, Wayne's playstyle reminds me of Cyril's. I think Wayne, personally, I do think he plays, personally, I think he played, especially when he was active last year and the year before that, a little bit more aggressively. Wayne would remind me a little bit more of Raynor, just because of the Ling run-bys, Ling counterattacks. He would often play Muta as well, his Muta play. But again, that was a couple of years ago. And yeah, I just haven't been able to see as much of Wayne recently because he hasn't been playing much, is the reality there. So that's why I'm excited to see like how he does open up. So far, has been reacting well. That's what game 1 was. Game 1 was mainly more reactive play. Of course, had the wherewithal to counterattack and to apply pressure across the map as well. Whether it's the Ling Flood towards a third or the Ling Flood into the natural and main. But we'll see how things do differ here in game number 2. We shall see. But now, 2-gate. Oh, okay. My apologies. 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Strange. So Strange is going to be more aggressive early on. With a 2-gate opener, this means that we're going to get into earlier double adepts. 2 adepts to move out across the map. This does delay, or this will delay the tech. True. This will delay the tech. This will delay the Cyber Core. Delays the Stargate as well. In favor of earlier adept aggression. And this could just be a double adept opener, or this could be a quadruple adept opener. You could go 2, and then you can get a 3rd and 4th, maybe even a 5th and 6th adept as well. So we'll see how committed Strange is going to be here. So we do settle in. There we go, making 2 adepts at a time. The Chronos are here. But again, I'm most curious about the follow-up. Meanwhile, Wayne does scout. He checks with the Overlord. He's fully aware of what's going on. Wayne will have to make extra Lings. He will have to make extra Lings here to hold on and to keep up. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Strange. Still going for the Stargate. Now, as a reminder, last game, Strange did open Void Ray. I like the idea of him opening up Void Ray for a second time, as we're going for no 3rd and 4th adept, instead going to be a Stalker follow-up. And the Stalker is going to help when it comes to denying vision and denying scouting. No adepts move out. Wayne back at home making more Lings. He's just making more Lings. And he has to, right? He has to respect the adepts. 2 adepts, they can one-shot workers. They get a bit of larva. Not bad. They deny some of the larva. Shading towards the natural. Once again, Void Ray. Yeah, once again, Void Ray opener. I do like this. And again, what I want to see here is a Void Ray opener into a different build to what we just saw. Again, last game it was more of a Charger Archon Immortal all-in, like a 3-base all-in out of Strange, which had its moments. 3rd base on the way. And last game it was a Robo follow-up. We'll see if this is going to be for a Robo, Twilight Council, or Stargate. Now, here on King's Cove, because you're so defendable on 3 bases, I'm not opposed to seeing like a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. We have seen that work here on King's Cove. It is possible. So that is more viable here. I would prefer it on Abyssal Reef, but King's Cove isn't too bad. Once again, earlier Evo Chamber into +1 melee. Now, if you recall, I did mention last game that this typically leads into Ling Hydra. That is true, but we should be seeing a safety Roach Warren at around the 5-minute mark out of Wayne. So if he has to make Roaches, he can. Twilight Council. And Forge. Standard follow-up. Twilight Council and Twilight Council and Forge before the 3rd base is done. Should be for +1 and Blink, I would imagine. So far, it's looking like a standard follow-up. Oracle hits the natural, gets a drone. Robo now on the way. Twilight Council's almost done. And we'll see if he indeed does invest into Blink, or if he does deviate and go into Charge again. Strange is moving out. That's a lot of Lings on the way here for Wayne. We're going to make sure he doesn't lose much here against not just the Adepts, but also the counterattacker across the map. As you mentioned, +1 and Blink, yep, is on the way for Strange. Now, the next thing to keep an eye on from our Protoss player is his gases. See if he does take them. At the 3rd, I mean. See if he takes or he throws down extra gateways. Meanwhile, Queen goes down. Nice pick of Oracles. Barely escape. Whew, just barely. Strange does pull away. Meanwhile, more and more Lings have been amassing. Ideally, those Lings would punish Blink Stalker aggression. There's that safety Roach Warren at the 6-minute mark. At this point, though, I'm pretty sure this should be for Ling Hydra, as the lair is almost done. And this Roach Warren is actually pretty late. It's a minute late. If it was to be like a proper safety Roach Warren. Meanwhile, we've got a lot of Lings. Lings are moving out. And there's the Gateway Explosion. This is what we're waiting for. Gateway Explosion. There is a Gas Geyser here at the 3rd. Okay. Does have some mining. Lings, they collapse in. But the Oracles, they will shut this down. A better trade for Strange. A lot of Lings get thrown away. There's how many? 31 Lings going down. And this is looking to be a 3-base all-in. Gee, a 9-gate 3-base all-in. Oh my god. Not even just 8s, but 9 gateways. Let's go. I mean, he has that extra Gas Geyser, so he has some extra Warbins available, I would imagine. And this is a unique variation. So typically, when you go for this kind of all-in, you would skip the Robo and you'd instead get a proxy on the map. Instead, we had Strange getting the Robo into a Warp Prism, into an extra gateway, extra gases, and is committing. So it's all or nothing for Strange. Big 3-base all-in. +1 is almost done. Sentries are here for their force fields. And Wayne, he does desperately need some Roach Ravager. But remember, the Roach Warren was late. It was a 6-minute Roach Warren. Strange is pushing in. He's pushing forward, and the Lings, they're not really going to be able to do too much here. They try to collapse on the army. Nice Blinks. On the Miles, though. Sentries go down, and no more force fields. Void Ray doing what it can. The Stasis. Stasis goes off the Miles. Miles, they stone away the Prism. Prism barely survives with the Stalkers. They're falling one after the other. The reinforcements are late. It's still so close, though. Ooh, the Miles, they connect. They take down one of the Stalkers. Strange is still pushing in. But Wayne, he's barely holding. He's barely holding on. The Miles were brutal. And no additional force fields. Strange is trying to push forward, but Wayne, he has plenty of time. Yeah, he has time. He can lose the base. Coming in for the surround. 36 more Lings in production. Once again, Miles, they do connect. And Strange is just running out of units. He's running out of units. Running out of army. The all-in is denied. And now Wayne can counterattack. He can just counterattack. He has roach speed. He's sending everything across the map, and Strange has nothing left. There is no longevity. There's no +2. There's no Colossus production. No Storm. No Archons. No nothing. GG gets called, and Wayne takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A unique variation of 3-base all-in from Strange, because he went for the Robo instead, because he went for extra gateways, because he went for the Prism. It did hit a little bit later, here, and likewise actually hit with force fields, with sentries as well. So yeah, kind of Strange's own twist to a 3-base all-in with Mass Blink Stalker. His own twist to it. Did have potential, I want to say, but pushing up the ramp was brutal. We saw he didn't quite have the best army positioning either. When the Lings flooded in, typically they would only be around the outskirts of the main army, and then you can blink back and kind of like maintain control of the army and reduce surface area on your units. We saw Lings, they were able to slip in, and get like better surrounds on the army as well. They did trade well against the Stalkers, and it was a really rough engagement there for Strange. Likewise, the sentries were the first units to die, and that means no additional force fields. So he couldn't really stem the tide, and with that, GG. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 3. Getting into game 3 here, and we'll see if we can fight back and make a series out of this, or if it all ends here and now. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our red Zerg player. He is the reigning runner-up of Firegrow Cup number 4. He's looking to either make a repeat or even extend that, even take the entire tournament. It is Wayne. Almost died. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player himself. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is Strange. Here we go. Wayne is good at StarCraft 2. He is, of course. Of course he is. It's very good. I mean, Wayne is good. Personally, I think Vanya is better. Hot take. I think Vanya is better than Wayne. Kappa. Rattata. We don't speak about Rattata. We don't speak about him. As Wayne is going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener. Back at home, Strange is going to be setting up here with his own Gate Cyber Expand, or Gate Expanded Cyber Core. Standard opener. What resources would you recommend for improving SC2 fundamentals? There's a lot of arcade maps. There's a lot of arcade maps out there which I think are really good. Depending on your race, will kind of depend on what you want to work on. But there are like training arcade maps out there for like spreading creep, for injecting, for hotkey learning as well. That's what I use. There's a hotkey trainer which keeps track of like your correct and your incorrect like kind of inputs. Like it tells you to do something and you have to do it within a given time. It keeps track of your reaction, of the time it takes for you to do so. Likewise, there are also camera location trainers as well, which forces you to defend multiple locations at once, and you know, use your camera locations. There are control group trainers, which force you, I think it forces you to like assign a control group to like different areas as well, and different spine crawlers, and you have to do that. There's just so many resources out there if you look for them. So depending on what you're lacking, I do recommend checking out the arcade. There's actually like there's a lot of really good stuff there when it comes to training fundamentals. This is like, again, fundamental stuff, not so much builds, and I do think you have to work on your fundamentals before like learning a build and executing that, specifically when it comes to the basics of like your hotkeys and of your control groups and stuff like that. So yeah, check it out. Do check it out on the arcade. There's like micro trainers, of course. If you're Terran, there's like marine split trainers as well, right? Like there's a lot of tools out there, for sure. Then when you're comfortable with that, then like learn a build, right? Learn a build for each matchup, and then practice that against AI. Ones you can beat. I think for me at least, I think the hardest AI is like elite, and I think after I could like consistently beat elite AI. I hit the ladder. I think I placed platinum, right? So that's like around that level. And then you can like start playing against other people. It's like refine yourself against the AI, then hit the ladder and keep going. Rattata was the best evolution, clearly. Hot take, hot take. Nah. Big Vanya fan. Big Vanya fan. Meanwhile, as we're settling in, it was a Stargate opener. Once again, I need to give attention to this. Once again, Stargate opener into Void Ray. I appreciate it. You know, I feel like if you go Void Ray once, you got to commit to the Void Ray every game of the series. So Void Ray opener into a third base with hidden tech. This time Glaveadeps. This time it's going to be Glaveadeps here at a Strange. So I do appreciate that despite him going for the same opener every game, has had a different variation every time, a different follow-up. Whether it was going into, you know, 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, or this Glaveadeps. Now, this is not an all-in. Oh my, this is designed to get damage done. +1 air attack on the way. This I was not expecting. Now, I believe this should be a fake out. Wayne, he's about to scout. Wayne, he's being active with these lings, and if Wayne sees the researching Cybercore, that screams, yeah, he cancels. If he scouts, that screams Sky Toss, and the idea is to force the Zerg player to react in a certain way. Alas, it is now cancelled, and here come the Adepts. And Lings does confirm. So Wayne, he's aware. It was a later Roach warrant for Wayne, so Roach production has been delayed. Spine Crawler's on the way as a result. No setup for a wall. Ay. This is a rough position here for Wayne. As Adepts, they make their way across the map. Gonna be shading in. Collapsing in the army. Lings are trying to buy some time. Queens are putting in a lot of work. But Adepts are breaking through. They're breaking through into the main. Lings, they do melt. Roach production has begun. Spine Crawler is done as well. The Voids are being pulled. Voids are going down. 4 drone kills so far. 4 drone kills. Nothing left in the main. Decent damage here from Strange. And behind this, he's transitioning into Blink and +1. Blink is on the way. +1 is on the way. Remember, this is not an all-in. This is designed to get damage. And this is 10 drones. Oh my god. 10 workers going down. Crazy. 11 workers. 11 workers do fall. Adepts are cleaned up, but that is the damage that Strange was looking for. Not just 11 workers. Remember, that was 11 workers and 25 Lings. Very nice damage. And Wayne can't really counterattack. Not yet. He's waiting for Roach Speed. Roach Speed is still on the way, so Wayne is going to be stuck at home. He has to re-drone, resaturate. Meanwhile, across the map, Strange has a worker lead. He's up in workers, and he's building up and getting ready for his next step, for his next wave, for his next push. It isn't just Blink and +1, Immortal production, and a massive gateway explosion. With all these gateways, Strange had a choice. He could have expanded. Strange, he could have expanded. He could have taken a 4th. Alas, he chose not to. On a map like Frostline, it makes sense. The 4th base is very difficult to defend on this map. Wayne, he checks for the 4th. Goes for run by. There is a wall. This time, Strange is ready. Nice force fields. Very nice. Oh my god. Did have to spend extra force fields, and 1 sentry goes down. But he does catch out those Lings. The surround, pappy. Let's go. And again, Strange is getting ready for his eventual move out. Here comes the Prism, and with that Prism comes the push. The all-in. The 3-base all-in. Wayne back at home is still recovering, is still trying to re-drone. He's on 3 bases. Okay, 3-base economy. 65 workers. A good economy here for Wayne. And now he has to focus on purely Ling Roach Ravager production. The Ravager is going to be a really important part because of how heavy sentry-based this army is. That's a lot of sentries. That's a lot of force fields. So Ravagers are required. How many Ravagers so far? 1. 1 Ravager for Wayne. That is concerning. That is a concern. Now, as Strange moves out, Wayne, he goes for a counterattack. Hits the 3rd, and he catches out the sentries. Very nice. Gets 1. He should get 2. 2 sentries. Strange, he keeps pushing. He did abandon those 3 sentries. Aye. Probes are going down. He's completely all in. The 3rd base is forfeit. Wayne also pushing towards the natural. I do really like this. This is very desperate. It's a very desperation move here out of Wayne, but it's doing a lot of damage. And now it's all or nothing for Strange. Takes out the 4th, but it's not about the 4th. He has to keep going. Strange, he has to keep going, has to keep pushing. Lings, they bust into the main, forcing defensive warp-ins. Ooh, Adepts are left back at home as well. Not really doing much. Lings are wreaking havoc. They forced a recall! Oh my god, they forced the main army to recall! Stalkers are left behind. And that's a massive win for Wayne. As everything recalled back home. Wayne, he has so much more breathing room. He can remax, he can rebuild. And Wayne is going for the third. And Wayne just has so much time to make more roaches, more lings. He has 1,000. I would like to see Wayne make something. He has 1,000 minerals in the bank. Spend your money, Poppy. Spend your money. Oh, there we go. He's injecting. He's trying to inject. Oh, he's droning, actually. This is greedy. Wayne, he's droning up as we speak. He's getting up to, what, 70, almost 80 workers at this point. There we go. He's getting up to 77. That is a lot of workers. He's double expanding as well. This is a little bit greedy, but you could argue he can get away with it. Like, again, Strange, he was forced all the way back home. His all-in has been delayed, but this is still a terrifying army. And Wayne, he has to respect it. So far, good Ravager counts. Hive is on the way. Hydrogen on the way. You could argue maybe he's ahead enough. And here comes Strange. Here comes Strange. He's pushing in. Nice force fields. Very efficient trades here from Strange. Very efficient. Meanwhile, again, there is no third. Time is working against Strange. Oliver's a big Wayne fan. Ravages are morphing in. A couple of them do get caught out. Nice force fields. The Wiles, though. Oh my god. Oh, the Wiles, they do connect. They shut down the sentries. They shut down the Void Ray. And here comes the surround. GG gets called as Strange. He runs out of steam. He runs out of units. And Wayne will take the series 3-0. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG. Well played. Wayne does take the series, and Wayne advances on to the grand finals to face off against Shameless in a best of 7. Let's go. We have our 2 finalists. Again, Strange, I do appreciate his builds, and I do think he had potential, especially in some of these games, whether it was here in Game 3 or even in Game 1 as well. Like, Game 1 was a very close game, was very clutch. It could have gone either way. In the end, though, Wayne does take it. My condolences to Strange, as he does bow out of the tournament, and Wayne will advance on. Again, as a reminder, Wayne, he was last month's runner-up, and he was the runner-up to YoungYakov. YoungYakov had a very dominant performance against Wayne in the last best of 7 finals, but now there is no YoungYakov. YoungYakov, there was an upset. He got taken out early on in the playoffs by Power, by a Protoss, and that means that Wayne, he is now the favored player to win the entire tournament. He's the favorite player to win the entire tournament. We'll see if Shameless can stop him. We shall see. As we are getting ready here for the grand finals. Getting ready for the finals. And our players, they need some time here to connect those videos. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 7. As a reminder, best of 7 grand finals. And I'm actually curious about the history between Wayne and Shameless. Now, I know that we've been hyping up Shameless a lot over the past year for good reason. Like, Shameless, again, he has been improving so much over the course of 2024. In saying that, though, even though he has been improving, he's still not quite, I would say, at the level of at least what Wayne was. But I want to see what the history is between these 2 players. I would imagine heavily in favor of Wayne, but I'm curious. I am curious. Give us the stats. Give us the numbers. Let's go. I played 3v3 a lot before I had the guts to play 1v1. Yeah, that's true. Some people, they do enjoy playing team games before 1v1. I don't think it helps too much. In general, I do feel like like build orders and openers in team games are very different than what you encounter in 1v1. So if you want to like learn or practice a build, I don't think team games help you too much there, but maybe they just, like, they help you when it comes to dealing with anxiety. That is like a thing that some people do experience. Like ladder anxiety is very much so a phenomenon in not just StarCraft, but in a lot of competitive games. So breaking the ice with team games maybe does help. Maybe. Okay, and this is what I wanted to see. Okay. So as we're getting ready for the grand finals, we got some numbers. We got some stats. Whew. Exclamation mark B in the chat, of course, to have a look at the back yourselves. But I'm curious about the history between Wayne and Shameless. Now, again, Shameless, he really did hit the field and really did hit the pro level around November of last year, like November of 2023. That is why there is nothing back here. There's very little like information like pre 2023, just because Shameless, he was a Masters player. He hit GM in the end of 2023, and he's been GM for like a year now. But let's have a look here at 2024. So it looks like we have a 62% win rate for Wayne. 62% series win rate, I should say, 65 in total. So quite close, actually. Quite close between these two players is in favor of Wayne, but we have seen Shameless bring him down before. Was able to bring him down here in the Passioncraft Thursday showdown, here in Firegrow Cup number 3. There it is, Firegrow Cup 3. Shameless did take him down 2-0 in a best of 3, but did fall in a longer series. And most recently, Shameless took down Wayne in a best of 3 in the 3D NSFW. Excuse me. In the most recent 3D Clan tournament. But what I should emphasize here, when we do see Shameless defeat Wayne, it is close and usually in shorter series, best of 3s. What I find really fun though is that they have never had a best of 7. They had a best of 5 here in Firegrow Cup number 3, but they had a best of 5, but they have not actually had a best of 7 between the two of them. Clearly though, I do favor Wayne coming into this, but I'm excited to see Shameless, you know, make him work for it. He's taken series before, he's taken maps. Can he take a best of 7? That I'm less certain of, but I do want to believe that he can take you know, force a game 4, game 5, game 6, an ace match potentially. I'm here for it. I am here for it. Again, Shameless is a very young player. He's very young. He's much newer to the scene, newer to the region. As I did mention, he only hit GM at the end of 2023, and only started like embracing the pro level and competing in pro tournaments in 2024. Which is, again, why I do say has been kind of like the rising star of this year. It's been great to see his rate of improvement over the course of 2024. I mean, a lot of players have been improving this year, and a lot of players have been rising up, but I guess Shameless specifically is more of a newer player and a newer face to the pro scene that has been able to do so. Like, speaking of this year, like, we talk about like Cristiano, we talk about Nicaract, for example. There are other players, Geralt as well, other players that have been improving definitely, but they've all been around for a longer time. They're more veterans than at least Shameless, for example. They're the vets, man. But with that, here we go. With that, here we go. We are getting ready for those finals. Vetoes are underway. Until then, we might just go on a short break. Yeah, we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have the grand final. So take this time to enjoy yourselves, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we'll have that best of 7. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of Firegrow Cup number 5. It has been an intense tournament here. 3 days straight of Firegrow Cup action, and we are here to crown our champion. We're here to crown our Fire of the Month. Let's go, Bobby. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Leylines, we have the red Zurich player, the reigning runner-up. The runner-up, the favorite player to win the entire event. Can he take it or will he be stopped? It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the rising star himself. We have the blue Protoss player. He is Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Let's go. Why you don't wear a hat? I don't own a Santa hat. I just don't have one. Smooch. But yes, this is the final stream that we're hosting here at the CranKy Ducklings before Christmas. The final stream before Christmas. As a reminder, we're going to be taking tomorrow and the day after off. This means that we will not be casting Wardy TV Monday. Instead, we're going to be here focusing on the Firegrow Cup before Christmas. Or leading up to Christmas, I should say. Here we go. And again, shout out to MindleVK. I should give a shout out to MindleVK. He is the, of course, lovely organizer and sponsor of this event. Does actually organize the event, does sponsor, does bring up the prize pool, and does bring all the players together as well. MindleVK is casting in his own native language over on his own channel, so big shout out to MindleVK for doing so. For a very long time, MindleVK was focusing on just competing and on being a player, but as of late, he has been focusing a lot more on streaming and making content and making tournaments as well. So big shout out to Mindle. Much love, Pat. Much love. Likewise, shout out to Hatsu as well. Hatsu was helping to admin and organize the event as well. There has been a lot of work put in behind the scenes to make this event a reality over the past 5 months. As a reminder, this is a monthly tournament, has been running for 5 months straight, so it's been amazing. It has been beautiful. Meanwhile, predictions are open. I almost forgot. Predictions are open. Place your bets while you can, as predictions are about to close. Place your bets, Pappy. Place your bets. As we settle into our ZVP. Again, Wayne is the veteran of the scene, veteran of the region. I would say he is arguably the strongest player in the CIS region. I say arguably because, again, YoungYakov has been on the rise and been looking very impressive. I know he's not here because of the crazy result we had earlier, but is up there nonetheless. But now Stargate open out of Shameless. Now, we saw Strange earlier go down to Wayne, but Strange is a very aggressive Protoss player. As you saw, right? We saw a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggressive builds out of Strange in that last series. Every single game was an all-in of some kind out of Strange. Shameless, less so. Shameless, he's a little more macro-oriented. He's a little more mid-game, mid to late-game oriented as well. So we should be seeing a very different dynamic here. Very different dynamic between Shameless and Wayne. And I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I'm excited for it. We also just saw the most recent scoreline between them. Again, is slightly in favor of Wayne, but this is actually the first time they're playing in a best of 7. The first time we experienced a best of 7 between Shameless and Wayne. Is great to see. Oracle has arrived. Third base is going to be placed. Second Oracle's on the way, so triple Oracle opener into a third. Standard stuff here. Oh, the juice is ready. We're getting juiced up. Let's go. Also, a very stylistic thing here of Shameless is he likes his juice. Everyone, make sure to hydrate. By the way, make sure to hydrate. Drink plenty of water. Let's go. So we are being active. We are moving out. So far, so good. We should soon be seeing tech of choice here from Shameless. I would imagine Twilight Council, Forge, +1 and Blink. Speaking of, yep, there he goes. Twilight Council, Forge into +1 and Blink Stalkers. Headed towards the mid game. Meanwhile, Wayne, ooh, going for an early lair. Okay, Wayne, he's cooking. He is cooking. As a reminder, again, like very different dynamic, right? Like previously, Wayne had to be much more defensive, much more reactive against Strange. Here, Wayne is the one making moves. So with the early lair timing, Wayne, if he takes extra gases, he could try to rush into earlier Spire play. Like I'm leaning towards a Spire here. 2 gases at the natural, 2 gases in the main. We'll see if he takes gases here at the third as well. Otherwise, this could be very Roach heavy. Like, Roach Warren's almost done, lined up with the lair. This could be for Roach speed into a Roach Ravager heavy composition. That is also an option. But now Shameless making his way between the bases. Shading towards the natural. So far, Wayne is keeping up. The lair is almost done. And Wayne, what do you have for us? What's it going to be? The lair is done. Lings are amassing. So far, keeping up with the Adepts. And it's Roach Speed. Okay. Going into Roach Speed. Lings as well. I guess 20 Lings in production. And Wayne has no Eva Chamber. Curious here, Wayne. Okay, he's cutting workers at 54. And he might not drone any further. He might go for his own all-in. So far, Lings, they lock down the Adepts. They at least try to. The Adepts, they hold their own. They shut down the Lings. Nice opposition micro. Lings, they get across the map. There is enough at home to defend. But yeah, no drones. No more drones. No saturation. No gases either. Wayne, he's going for a Roach Ling all-in. No Evo Chamber. No upgrades. No Bailey Nest. No nothing. Just purely Lings, Roaches, and potentially Ravagers as well. So just a pure all-in here from Wayne. He's sending everything across the map. Shameless is racing back home, setting up. Cannons are on the way. Cannons will help, but he needs more than that. Shameless is getting ready for Wayne. Wayne's moving out. Well, does respond here to the army. Shameless has a massive worker lead, by the way. +1 is finishing up. Shameless, he doesn't realize it's an all-in, by the way. He doesn't know. Doesn't know that Wayne is committed. Shameless, he shouldn't be out here. Wayne diving in. Catching out the Stalkers, he gets one. Oh, trying to get the others. Forcing back his opponent. Is there a recall? There is a recall available if need be. Wayne getting a little bit too excited. Getting caught out, getting surrounded. But again, this is slowing Wayne down. Roach is a attempt to hit the third, but last Shameless is ready for it. Does warp in defensively. Shameless, he defends. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Shameless. Shameless, he has Storm on the way. He has +2 on the way. Remember, this is 0-0 for Wayne. 0 upgrades whatsoever. No range, no melee. No nothing. It's just purely Ling Roach Ravager. And he's trying to catch out these Stalkers. Is trying to. Ravager gets focused down. Oracles are doing what they can. Shameless, who was trying to expand. And here comes the all-in. Wayne pushing forward. There's a good Stalker count. We're coming in for the surround. Stalkers gets surrounded. Nice target firing on the Ravagers. He gets 1, he gets 2. He gets almost all 3, but oh god, he's just zoned away. Yeah, Shameless, he will lose all the Stalkers. The third base is going to be broken. Again, Shameless didn't realize it was an all-in. He didn't realize there was no saturation at the fourth. He's getting caught with his pants down. That's 20 probe kills. You know what's crazy? 20 workers just went down, and Shameless is still ahead in workers. Like, he's still up in probes. Like, that's how all-in Wayne was. And how ahead Shameless was. In workers, at least. But against Lings, they come in for the surround. They force back Shameless. And now Wayne is droning. Now, after the third goes down, now he drones. We have drones on the way. Now we get double Evo Chamber, double upgrades, Hydrogen as well. Wayne, he got the damage he was hoping for. He got the damage he wanted. And again, Shameless, he was getting ready for an expansion. Like, he wasn't aware that an all-in was coming. He wasn't aware how committed Wayne was until it was too late. That's why Shameless was active the way that he was. Like, he should not have been out here. It was ay. And sure, oh no, he canceled Storm. No, he canceled Storm to defend. So Storm is heavily delayed as well. If you remember, Storm was going to finish up with +2, but now it's been restarted. Has been restarted. I mean, to be fair, Shameless didn't need the extra warp ins. He's trying to gear up. Wayne now up in economy. As Wayne has been able to drone, has been able to saturate. Oh, true. No, that's my bad. That's my bad. I guess we're no longer counting skilless in the CIS region. True, like in my mind, because Skills doesn't often compete in like the CIS like regional events. So in my mind, he's just you know from Greater Europe. But yes, true. He is the best player from CIS. Like, yeah. Skillless, I mean. Look, maybe he should play in the next 5 World Cup. Just saying. Storm's gonna be popping up. Zoning away Wayne. Hatching out a couple of Ravagers. Ooh, massive storm on the high. Oh my god, the storms! The storms are insane. High Templar, they're getting caught out though. Yeah, we coming for a surround. Ling Roche busting into the middle line as well. Shameless trying his best to hold on. But again, he's just been playing from behind ever since he lost the third. He is actually able to get on top of those Hydras though. Shameless, he holds. Takes down the Hydras, does focus on the Ravagers as well. One Ravager barely gets away. Shameless does survive. Whew. Very, very tough hold. Again, it isn't just his setup that we had here, but of course the upgrades, +2, putting in a lot of work, +3 is on the way as well. The upgrade advantage is helping quite a bit here for Shameless. The storms are brutal, and the High Templar, they're building up. Building up his High Templar count. Shameless is still in this game. Nice storm with the Roaches. Getting a lot of damage. Roaches pushing in. Trying to get into the mineral line. Shield battery is going to be targeted down. Nice movement here from Shameless. But he's going for the base. The Nexus is going to fall. That is the least that Wayne wanted. And he got it. He got the base. Got the expansion. Takes down the cannon as well. We do see Shameless attempting a counterattack, and the Warpin will complete. But the Prism's going to go down. Yeah, the Prism does fall. Once again, Shameless, he's fighting his heart out. Trying to pick up whatever he can. Another storm on the Hydras. But he lost the base. Yeah, GG gets called. He runs out of steam, and Wayne takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. And again, a very different dynamic here, where instead we had Wayne being the aggressor. Wayne went for the all-in instead, and we saw that Shameless unfortunately wasn't able to piece together that it was an all-in. He wasn't able to scout, wasn't able to confirm. Shameless, alas, by the time he realized, the army was already in his face. The army was already in his face, and his stalkers got surrounded. He got caught with his pants down. If he had known what was happening, we would have seen Shameless start Immortal production. We would have been seeing more stack defense. Remember, he had only 1 shield battery and 1 cannon at the third, and likewise had very little stack defense at the natural as well. So instead of spending resources on tech like Storm and on a 4th base, which if you remember, Shameless, who was about to take a 4th as well, we would have seen static defense and just a more concentration just building up the main army. Just building up the main army instead. Alas, Shameless wasn't aware. And with that, GG. GG, well played. The all-in was successful, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let us go. Here we go. As we're settling into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg currently leading the series. 1-0 in this best of 7. But again, it's a best of 7. Plenty of games ahead of us. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy down in this series, but again, he was fighting very hard and very well in that last game. Just unfortunately had some incomplete information, so he was caught with his pants down. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Shameless. Here we go. So we are settling in. Do embrace that second game. See some people talking about ESL for some reason in the chats. when it comes to ESL, I mean, we've spoken about this previously during the podcast. If you're curious about a more in-depth discussion, that it is there. Especially, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. I think we were specifically talking about EWC and ESL. I mean, there's no reason to believe that ESL don't want StarCraft to continue. At the end of the day, it comes down to their negotiations and their talks with EWC. At the end of the day, that is what we have been waiting for. We spoke about this quite in depth before, but basically I'm sure that they're trying to iron out, you know, where events are going to be taken, where they're going to be held. When it comes to EWC, I'm sure they want everything to be centralized in Riyadh. There's like a big plan here from the Esports World Cup and how they want to centralize everything more locally for them and kind of bring teams over, bring tournaments over as well. So there's kind of, I'm sure, a lot of talks going on there with what they want, with what ESL wants. So again, again, there's no reason for us to believe that ESL isn't pushing for StarCraft 2 at EWC. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a patch, right? There wouldn't have been a patch, and there would be a more concrete answer out of them as well. But whether or not they're successful in those talks, that's really where the discussion should be, is if they can successfully negotiate with EWC and actually have StarCraft 2 be a part of the next circuit of Esports World Cup. That is where the discussion should be, really, more than anything, and what really matters when it comes to the future of SC2 there, and the future of StarCraft, which again I'm sure is currently in talks. Obviously, there's a lot of unease just because it's taking a long time for us to hear anything, and I can definitely understand that. But you know, just have to have faith. Because I'm pretty sure like voices have been heard, especially was it like last month or something that EWC were alluding to the fact that that the StarCraft community is very, very vocal when it comes to their support for their game and how much they enjoyed StarCraft at the most recent season of EWC. But yeah, with that, we're settling in. With that, we are going to be settling in. So do have a Shameless getting into the natural. Double adept aggression has begun. Shading in towards the main is going to be deflected. And Shameless is going to be opening up Stargate. Stargate opener here out of Shameless into Oracle. So far, so good. I mean, again, we saw a standard opener last game out of Shameless in Game 1. We should be seeing something quite similar here in Game 2. Really, my eyes are going to be on Wayne more than anything, right? It was Wayne that went for the all-in in that previous game, and that's going to be what I'm going to be keeping my eye open for here in Game 2 as well. Does he go for another all-in, or does he play macro? Does he play standard? We'll see. What I should emphasize as well, coming into Whispers of Gold, is how vulnerable some of these bases are and how small the map is. This is, I want to say, the smallest map in the map pool, or at least the shortest rush distance. El Dorado might be a little bit shorter. I'm not too certain on El Dorado, but again, Whispers of Gold is typically much more aggressive of a map, and we could be seeing something like German Taxis or Roach Queen all in across the map. We have seen them be quite successful on Whispers of Gold, but we'll see. We shall see. So you have the Oracles dipping into base, in between the bases. Meanwhile, 4 Adepts towards the main, towards the natural. So far, splitting. Well, drones are going to be going down. Shameless popping up. Getting 7, 8, 9, 10 drone kills. This is without glaives, by the way. Oh my god. Shameless is pulling Wayne apart. 11 drone kills. The Oracles are still alive, they did not go down, and just like that, Shameless finds himself with the lead. A very comfortable lead here. Behind this, Twilight Council Forge, +1 and Blink, standard follow-up here. There's no crazy all-in, he wasn't cutting any corners. This was only 4 Adepts, by the way, only 4 Adepts, and he forces Wayne to counterattack. He does force a counterattack out of Wayne. As Wayne is catching out some probes, so far catching 2. 2 workers going down, but not much more than that. And from here, Shameless just has to calm down. He just has to calm things down. He's ahead, he has a lead, just calm things down, build up the 3rd base, and settle into the mid game. As he still needs extra warp ins, extra tech as well, 2 more gates on the way. Ooh, interesting. So, fun fact, something that a Hero does really well, Hero and Maxax do this. If they get a lead, if they were in this game and they just killed 11 drones, what do? 3-base all in. Because they know that they're ahead, they know that the Zerg player is re-droning, and they know that there's going to be a window in time where if they go for an 8k 3-base all in, they can just kill. They can just go for the kill instead. And how many gateways is Shameless on? 6. It's getting up to 6. Gases. Never mind. But like that's more of the decisive nature of players like Hero and like Max. But that's what they would go for. Shameless taking gases, which means he's taking up, moving up with the Stalkers. Oh, they get caught out though. One Stalker goes down. Decent stasis. Shameless poking in towards a third, forcing Wayne to trade. Back at home, Shameless who defends. We should be seeing tech though. Shameless is banking up some resources. We should be seeing either a Rover, a Bay for Colossus, or Storm. We need something. Oh my god, the stasis. Stasis goes off, catches out most of the Lings. Queens are exposed. And Shameless knows that he's going for the Overlord. Going for the Overlord, pushing in, going for the Roaches. There's a tech, Templar Archives for Storm. Storm is on the horizon. Stasis is about to run out. He has to respect it. He has to respect the stasis. He retreats. He pulls away. And he's getting caught out. Where are the Oracles? The Oracles, they should be here. The Oracles out of position. Stalkers, they get surrounded. Yeah, massive catch here for Wayne. And he's going for a massive counterattack as well. Ooh, as that's going to be 8 Stalkers going down. And Wayne is all in. Wayne, he's cutting workers here at 61. I mean, he knows that he's behind. So Wayne, he's just massing up Lings and Roaches. Roach speed is on the way, plus on range on the way as well. And Wayne is getting ready for his push. Now, Storm is on the horizon here, and Storm still needs quite some time to finish up. Chrono is on the way, where he's chronoing out that Storm. Wayne, okay, he does start droning again. Link towards the natural. Links are on the right hand side as well. Oh, dives on the High Templar, forces out the Archons. The Archons are forced out. The Oracles, they race back home. Oh, one Archon does fall. Massive pick. If he gets one, he gets 2. Okay, 2 Archons go down. But the Lings, they run out. Roach is going to be falling as well. A very close fight. And Wayne, can he break Shameless? He's close. He's so close. Barely not though. Doesn't break through. Shameless responding with a wall of stack defense. This would have been nice earlier. Throwing down the wall of cannons and shield batteries. Wayne, I mean, he's still committed. He's still making 26 Lings, so this is a good read from Shameless at least. Storm is done, but there are no High Templar ready for this. Oh my, the stasis though. Stasis popping off once again. Wayne is trying to knock down that front door. Storm is revealed. Oh my god, Storm on the Roach. Oh my god, the Ling Roach. Yeah, brutal connections. We do see Wayne, he's trying to break through the left-hand side. And he will. He barely will break through. Busting into the main, pushing on 3 angles, from 3 fronts. The third, the natural, and the main. Oracles respond. The Oracles will defend without losing 7 probes. Good damage. Wayne diving in. Oh my god, once again a brutal Storm. If Storm goes off, side defense is going to be going down. The Warpin will complete, and Wayne will lose everything. The Roaches and the Ravagers as well. Can he chase? Can he get the... No, not quite. Doesn't quite chase. Shameless playing it safe. He doesn't know if there are Lings behind this, and there are, so wise choice. Doesn't chase down the Ravager. And this is getting more and more dire for Wayne. As a reminder, the supply does lie. The supply does lie. This is inflated supply here from Wayne. And again, Wayne is all in. Wayne, he is just now trying to drone up. Just now taking gases. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Shameless. Ooh, but he does bust into the natural. Shameless, who was not ready here. Lings, they get into the main. Roaches into the natural base. Wayne has to get damage, and he is. Probes are going down. Again, Wayne is desperate for damage, and so far is finding it, pulling it off. Wayne's still remaxing, still pushing. Shameless, somewhat in position. High Templar exposed. Gets us around. He gets 1. Yeah, 1 High Templar will fall. He wants the other. He gets it. He gets 2. Very nice target firing at a Wayne. He gets 2 High Templar. Shameless caught with his pants down. Wayne out to 66 drones. Again, 3 base saturation. Still just massing up nothing but Ling Roach. A couple more workers on the way. Which means soon Wayne could try to afford some upgrades and try to afford some tech. Once again, the High Templar exposed. The Immortal, he wants it. There we go. Forces an Archon. No storms. Yeah, Immortals get surrounded. A brutal trade. A brutal pickup. Wayne, he resets the high-tech army. Gets 2 Immortals and 2 Archons. And without Storm, without High Templar, Shameless, he can't break out. He can't counterattack. He's stuck at home. And now Wayne is teching. Now Wayne is teching. Infestation Pits in towards Hive Tech. Towards, I would imagine, Lurkers. And if Shameless could only build up that army. Faces goes off. Lings, they flood in. They flood in regardless. Yeah, the wall, not a wall. Lings into natural, Lings into the main. More probes going down. Nice storms on the Lings. But the High Templar once again forced them morph into Archons. Wayne, he might have just done it. Oh my god, as the Lings are wreaking havoc in the main. Sorry, in the natural even. Wayne, he will lose his main army though. Roaches are going down. But it's the economy. It's the economy that matters at this point. As Shameless, he was ahead, but he will lose 18 workers. 18 workers going down. Now Wayne, he has over a 20 worker lead. If it wasn't for this run by... And now Shameless is all in. At this point, the Protoss player here is all in. Like, macroing from here is going to be difficult because now Wayne is taking into Lurkers. And if Wayne can get into Lurker tech, that's his win condition. Wayne's win condition is going to be that Lurker tech. He's almost there. Shameless waiting for his upgrades. +1 armor. Almost done. I would imagine that's when he moves out. But I think it's too late at this point. I think at this point, now Wayne, he's on a good economy. Now he's on 72 workers. Ling Roach Ravager. Lurkers are on the horizon. Shameless, stop playing like hero. The wall has been open for just too many times, papi. Too many. Not like this. To be fair, more often than not, it isn't that the wall is open, it's that there's like 1 Zealot here, and Wayne comes in with a Ling Flood with like 3 Roaches. And the 3 Roaches, they focus on the Zealot, and then Lings flood in. That's usually what it's been. It's been Wayne knocking down the wall. To give Shameless credit, it's not like it's always been wide open. Usually there is a bouncer, but the bouncer gets overwhelmed. And here come the Lurkers. Here we go. Lurkers are now on the way for Wayne. Wayne has double the worker count, double the economy. Getting into those upgrades. And it's all or nothing for Shameless. Now, Shameless does have the higher army supply. That is true. Shameless has the larger army, and he's completely all in. The problem, though, is that he doesn't really have the best army against Lurkers. His Immortal count's too low, and his Archon count's too low as well. Does get 1 Lurker, though. 1 Lurker goes down. There's how many left? 7. 7 Lurkers remaining. The Observer! No, the Observer! The Observer goes down to the Spore! Uh-oh. Observer gets sniped. Shameless did overextend. Lings, they bust into the 3rd. Again, he's just all in. Like, at this point, it's just completely all in. There's a Revelation. Oh, Stalkers, they blink in, but they get shut down. Decent storms, but every Stalker's gonna fall. Oof. And with that, Wayne, he will hold, he will defend, he shuts down the army, cleans everything up, and there's nothing left. GG gets called. Wayne takes a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Wayne will take a... Oh, just realized that Wayne's been showing his Protoss. My apologies. There we go. Wayne does take a 2-0 lead. Once again, we saw Wayne with a very aggressive build. Wayne was he was all in for most of that game, of course. He was very committed. Shameless had a very strong start where he crippled the economy. I will say that the biggest difference here in game 2 is that it did feel like Wayne was forced into the all-in because he had lost so many workers, instead of game 1 where like the all-in was always the plan. So it did feel like more of a reactive all-in this time out of Wayne. And unfortunately for Shameless, every time Wayne pushed in, he would snipe an Immortal, he would snipe an Archon, he would snipe some High Templar, he would pick off these high-tech units. If Shameless was able to preserve them over time and build up his High Templar count, build up his Archon count, build up his Immortal count even a little bit more than he did, then we would have seen stronger defenses and then a crazy counterattack as well. And that's where Shame would have and could have taken that game. Unfortunately, though, he was picked apart, right? He was picked apart. Really nice unit control out of Wayne, where every time he was intentionally targeting those high-tech units and making sure that they did not snowball out of control. Likewise, the run-bys as well. Like the Ling Roach counterattacks into the natural, into the main base, were very much so seen time and time again, and did end up pulling him apart. Here we go. Here we go. So we're getting into game 3. Also, if you're in the chats, I think for some reason there's still like continued like EWC talk. I would ask to focus on the tournament itself. I mean, these are some amazing players and these are really good games, and I would not want to take away from that whatsoever. So maybe I made the mistake of actually addressing the chat previously and potentially like flaming a conversation or like fostering a conversation. So I do apologize for that. Do apologize, but I would ask you to step away. And focus on the tournament battle. Because they have been really good games. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg leading the series 2-0. As a reminder, best of 7. As a reminder, this is a best of 7. Still plenty more games ahead of us. But so far, a comfortable lead. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Shameless. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. And so far, it's been Shameless going for standard openers. Shameless has been going for standard openers time and time again. And it's been Wayne with all the all-ins. Game 1 and Game 2. So we'll see if Shameless can survive the aggression of Wayne or if Wayne's aggression continues. Here we go. Oh, there we go. So we are going to be settling in. So far, hatch gas pool. We played against Shameless in the same semis of TTT. Oh, that is... Oh, God. There was Shameless, Geralt's Creator. Are you referring to Creator? Creator was also there in the Tenacious Roll Tussle. I can't recall. So far, Wayne just going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool opener. Shameless, he was up against Jimmy. I forgot. So I'd like burn that from my memory. Yeah, Jimmy, he was the player. He was our turtle this week. True. Jimmy was our turtle. If you missed out, I did recommend the VODs. Jimmy, he took down Shameless and Garrett. Jimmy was our turtle tussle champion. True. Jesus. Jimmy almost never plays in our tournaments. He's usually like in bed at that time, as you can imagine. But Jimmy was a beast. He was an animal this week or last week. Like his games were crazy. crazy impressive, I should emphasize as well. Like, bearing in mind, he was playing at like 5 a.m. in the morning, or like 6 a.m. Like, it was a rough time in Europe. It was a rough time for Jumi, Geralt, and Shameless, all of them, and Nickrat as well. We had like a full European lineup for like a 6 a.m. tournament. Crazy. But yeah. Jumi. Jumi. But now that we're settling in, Shameless is going to be opening up Robo. Going to be opening up Void Ray. Void Ray, sorry, I don't know why I said Robo. Stargate open into Void Ray. Is going to hunt down the Overlords. Is going to force them back. Force them back. And I'm curious if now Shameless, especially with a Void Ray opener, is willing to go into something more aggressive himself. He's been attempting and struggling to defend against the aggression of Wayne. And I see a Twilight Council. Twilight Council here out of Shameless. No Forge. Are we feeling Glaive at Eps? Potentially. Potentially Glaives here from Shameless. Yeah, no Forge. No Forge. Or delayed Forge, I should emphasize. Ah, it's a delayed Forge. Blink. Okay, never mind. Should be Blink here. As the Oracle does arrive, going for the Queen. Is there a Transfuse? No Transfuse. No Transfuse. Queen is going to go down. At the same time, Adepts shade in towards the main. Going for the Mineral Lines. 2 drone kills so far. 3 drone kills. And 3, 4, 5 worker kills. They get behind the Mineral Line. Nicely done. Well positioned. They will be cleaned up, but they get 6 drones. 6 drones for 4 Adepts. Not a bad trade here for Shameless. Not a bad trade. Behind this, ooh, I assumed it was going to be Blink, but no, Charge. It's going to be Charge instead. Regardless, an aggressive build. Is this time going to be a more aggressive build here out of Shameless? Is going to be building up towards Charge slots and Archons, and potentially Immortals as well. Meanwhile, Wayne back at home is going for his own Bailey Nest. Okay. He is going for the Bailey Nest and is embracing Ling Bane. Now, usually we'd see a Zerg player here go Ling Hydra. The Bailey Nest is, I want to say, more of a safety precaution here, which is going to work very well against the more charge aggressive build of Shameless. And we'll see what Shameless can accomplish when he does move out. As Shameless is still gearing up, he's still building up here. Templar Archives on the way, again for the Archon production. Wayne is moving out. Bailings are ready. And Bailings are morphing in. He's going to try to go for the bust. He's distracting here at the natural. Bailings are waddling in towards the third. They're waddling in. Where are the force fields? Oh, so far, good war bit. Oh my god, the forces get thrown down. But the Bailings, they do get into the mineral line. Links as well. And the army gets surrounded. Bailings, they crash into the mineral line. They take down 6 probes. They take down the zealots. Take down the sentries. And nice pickups here from Wayne. And before Shameless can embrace his own aggressive build, he's getting caught out. He's being caught out. 11 probes go down. Behind this, Wayne, and now we go for the lair. It was a delayed lair here by Wayne. Very delayed in favor of Ling Bane. So far doing well for himself. Let's kill 11 probes. He's going for another wave, another run by. For another run by. Making the way into the mineral line. Once again, Shameless distracted. No! Okay, does pull away. Whew. Does pull away. Archon gets surrounded though. And the Archon does go down. Banelin's a somewhat crash in. This time getting 7 probes. Sorry, 11 once again. 11 more workers go down. Wayne takes a worker lead. Behind this, the lair is almost complete. And Wayne can now tech up and get into either Ling Bane Roach Ravager or into Hydras. There it is. Roach speed is on the way. Should be Ling Bane from the side. So it should be Roach Ravager here from the side of Wayne. He's moving out. Jimmy changed his name about a month ago. Yeah, around a month ago. Like 3 to 4 weeks ago. It was around Home Story Cup. It was around Home Story Cup because I remember asking him at Home Story Cup. I was like, Pappy, what happened to 4? What? What happened? Jimmy said that it was a change that he had been thinking about for a while. He'd been thinking about it for a while, and he felt like it made more sense to just you know, name himself Jimmy instead of alluding to like being for someone else. Like, I guess technically for Jimmy makes it sound like he's doing it for, like, it makes it sound like he's not Jimmy, but he is. True, true. Maybe that's his evolution, right? Like from Vanya to Rattata, we got for Jimmy, but now he is him. Jimmy is Jimmy. It's crazy. Now though, we do have Wayne looking to max out. He's maxing out. He's on a solid economy, almost four race economy, building up his Ling Roach. Stasis Trap's doing well for themselves. Massive Stasis goes off. Shameless, he's holding on. Storm is not yet done, and the Stasis Traps will soon run out. So that is the most terrifying thing. The Lings will soon be broken out. Likewise, Wayne does lay siege upon the fourth. So far, Shameless holding on. As the army does respond, the army attempts to rotate. But Wayne, he's breaking through. Yeah, takes down these reinforcements. Still trying to focus on the main fight. Wayne still maxing out. Rotating over. Running into the main army. Only Ling Ravager, he can't fight this head on. And Wayne has to get the hell out of here. Does rotate over towards the fourth. Can he get it? Not quite. Shameless holds. Not bad. He does hold on. Again, Shameless has the more efficient army. Even though Wayne was up 50 supply, or even 60 supply, I mean, it doesn't matter. But he will get the fourth, and that's all he wanted. Fourth base goes down, 10 workers as well. And now Wayne can take up into Ultras. That I was not expecting. I was expecting like Hydra into Lurker tech, but no, it's going to be Ultras instead. Bold move. Bold move here by Wayne. See in the chat. We said he should call himself 5G. I like that. I like that. 5 Jimmy. True. True. By that logic, has Jimmy regressed? Did he devolve instead of evolve to a more primal state? Oh no. As Wayne, he denies the fourth base once again. Jesus, this Immortal Archon army is terrifying. Like, Shameless has built up a death bull of an army, that is true. But the reality here is that because Shameless, he's been, I think I said Jimmy, because Shameless has been denied the fourth base over and over again, it means that he has no longevity. It means that he's all in. When Shameless moves out, there's no turning back. There's no turning back. And all that Wayne has to do is just non-stop counterattack, slow down the push, not fully engage, and even just go for a base trade, go for elimination. And just whittle away at the army, just pick it apart at it while he can. And here we go, Shameless is pushing in. I do believe that Wayne cannot kill this head on. So yeah, he's going for the counterattack. He's going for the counterattack instead. Wayne, he has to respect this. Going for the third. Sending most of his army across the map. Fourth base goes down. Shameless pushing in. We have a wall of spine coolers. Where are the Ravagers? Without Ravagers, it's going to be difficult to really slow this down. Bailey's rolling in. Decent storms. Nice positioning here with the Archons. Third base falls. And Wayne is getting ready for a surround. He's coming back home. As the third base is going to fall as well. Stasis going off. Ultras, they trickle in. An Ultra goes down for free. Free Ultra. It's going to be all or nothing for Wayne. How good are the storms going to be? Stasis! Oh my god, the Stasis goes up. Storms on the Lings. And there's one storm left. Yeah, final storm of the roaches, and Wayne, Shameless, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks through the main army. I assumed that Wayne was going to go for the counterattack in towards the natural. He chose not to, chose to surround. Likewise, Wayne had no Ravagers. Without Ravagers, he could not slow down the army. And Shameless, he's fighting back in this series. Again, Shameless, he had a hard time being the defender in game 1 and game 2. Here, he is the aggressor back. Let's go. He's like, how do you like being all in? How does that feel, Wayne? Huh? Esther Wayne. As he's pushing through. And again, like Archon Immortal, it's very difficult to deal with. Especially with a Ling Roach Ultra based army. GG gets called as Shameless. He snowballs out of control, and Shameless does put a point on the board. Let's go. GG. GG, well played. Again, he was able to build up that army that just could not be engaged with. Again, I just assumed that that Wayne would be building up some more Ravagers instead. But the reason why I bring up and I harp upon something like a Ravager, or maybe even another unit, is to try to slow down the push, is to try to pick off like a unit at a time while he kites back towards his fourth, then his third, then his natural, while he harasses across the map. Alas, instead, he just went for one big engagement, one big fight, and alas, that did not go well. That did not go well at all for Wayne, as he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. But we have a series, we have it back and forth. Let's go. Let's go. So we're getting into our next game. Isn't 4 Jumis better than 1? I mean, there might be diminishing returns there. I'll be honest. If you know Jimmy, you know. I mean, I don't know if that statement is actually true. I don't. Aye. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 4 here, and we have a back and forth. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg, who still leading the series 2-1. We'll see if he can extend that lead. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. Fighting back, putting a point on the board. It is Shameless. Here we go. As now Shameless is warmed up. And again, I mean, honestly, based on game 1 and game 2, there's a world out there where Shameless is up 3-0. Like, Jesus. Like, this series has been very close, very intense. And I do appreciate that Shameless, he has kind of like, he has adjusted to Wayne. If you weren't here for game 1 and game 2, Wayne just all-in. He all-in time and time again in the first 2 games of the series. And we have not actually embraced a more standard back and forth macro game. That hasn't happened at all. As last game, of course, Shameless was forced into an all-in. But we haven't seen like a standard back and forth, like mid-game yet, between these two. We'll see if we ever get that. We'll see. We shall see. As for now, standard openers, hatch gas pool, likewise gate expanded to cybercore. We are settling in. The game on Neo Violet score was amazing. It was. Once again, Stargate open out of Shameless. I mean, even last game when we saw Shameless go for something more aggressive, going into +1 in charge, did go for a Stargate opener. So Stargate openers, once again, is the standard, the norm. We'll see if Shameless does go for a Void Ray or just into the Oracle. Now just settling in. He's just going to be settling in. Likewise, back at home, Wayne's still droning up, saturating his bases. We'll keep an eye on his tech as well. Last game, Wayne did intentionally delay his lair. He delayed his lair. Went for Lingbane aggression initially instead. As we calm things down. When it comes to the map itself, when it comes to Ultra Love, this is a much more, I would say, a defendable map. The third and fourth bases, it can be very difficult to really go for aggression and all-ins. We have seen some mixed success with these kind of like 3-base or Ravager all-ins from Zerg players against Protoss. I say mixed success because depending on where we expand, I mean, you can knock down the towers, you can buy time. This is a brutal choke point that force fields can completely annihilate an army with. Same with stasis traps as well. So it's quite a risky thing to go for. Not impossible, just because of the rush distance by ground. As you can imagine, from third base to third base, it doesn't take long at all to go across the map here with something like a Queen Walk or a German Taxi. Is viable here, and we'll see if Wayne does go for that. For now, Twilight Council and a Forge, a standard follow-up here out of Shameless, going into +1 and Blink. As Shameless is being active with those oracles, is being active. Does poke in. Oh, as oracles, they get turned away. Ooh, and Wayne taking a chance here. Sorry, my apologies. I did miss the fast lair. Wayne going for a very fast lair into a Hydra rush. Greedy play here by Wayne. Very greedy. Wayne, he only has some links to defend. I believe Wayne did skip his Roach Warren. Yes, he skipped his Roach Warren. Fast lair, fast Hydras. And I'm pretty sure this is for an all-in. I'm pretty sure this is going to be for a Ling Hydra timing. I do not think this is to rush into Lurker tech, like into an Infestation Pit, into a Lurker Den. I believe it is to mass up Hydras as quickly as possible and hit a Hydra timing. Very Miyamika-esque. Not quite Miyamika, as Miyamika does open Hydras with like 3 gases at the start of the game, but kind of a similar kind of end goal here, with just pure Ling Hydra. So once again, aggression. Once again, aggression here by Wayne. Wayne, I would imagine he's not going to saturate his fourth. I would imagine he's going to be cutting workers at 60 or at around 60. 65 at most. And Wayne is getting ready for essentially his all-in. Oh boy. Here we go. Again, no Evo Chamber. No Evo Chambers, no upgrades, no nothing. This is also why I think I saw like even another person in the chat saying like, oh, like Wayne is like Serral 2.0. Have you like not been watching the games? Like it's like every game Wayne has been all-inning in some way, and it's happening again. Here we go. So Ling Hydra all-in on 3 bases. Which is also why I did associate him with Raynor previously, just because how aggressive Wayne is. Oh, coming in for the surround. Does not catch the Archon. But Shameless, what is this setup back at home? Just 1 cannon, 1 shield battery. Shameless needs an army. Behind this, I would assume he would have gone into Blink. My apologies, he was +1 in charge. And here comes Wayne. Yeah, he's shutting down the Zealots. Zealots are being forced back. No splash damage. Now there is shield. It's too late. It's too late for this. Shield battery's now on the way. As the all-in is in his face. Not like this. Charge will start warping in though. They need a little bit more time. Cannon goes down. Zealots are trying to get on top of the Hydras, but alas, the Prism goes down. The Archons go down. And Wayne, he has done it. He's broken the back here of Shameless. There's only 1 immortal left. The shield batteries are finishing, but too late. Again, Shameless, he had no idea what was coming his way. He did not scout the all-in. As Wayne has broken through, GG gets called, and Wayne takes game number 4 and takes a 3-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Wayne does take a lead. This was a much more stronger all-in the sense that previously in Game 1 and Game 2 it was very close. We had some very close games in Game 1 and Game 2 where Shameless barely wasn't able to hold on. Here, Shameless was caught completely off guard. He was caught completely off guard. He had no idea what was going on. He had no idea what was happening until it was literally in his third. Like, the all-in was in his third. Then we saw the realization. Then we saw the shield batteries reactively as the armor was already in his face. Again, just unfortunately, just a lack of scouting, a lack of information from the side of Shameless, so he wasn't able to respond in time. He was busy being active with the Archons and with the Zealots, and alas, was caught out. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 5. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our Red Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg Red Zerg leading the series 3-1. Unamas, 1 game away from becoming this month's Fire Grow Cup champion. Unamas is all he needs. We'll see if he can take it. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. What I will say is that I do favor Shameless on this map. Welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. Now we're getting into some of these larger maps. When I say larger maps, I'm thinking Abyssal Reef, King's Cove, and Neon Violet Square. These larger maps are where I do favor Shameless. The reason for this is because all-ins, they struggle. They struggle so much more, especially like Abyssal Reef is like one of the most extreme maps out there, where you have a large map and a very defendable 5-base setup. Time and time again, we've seen split map scenarios. We've seen Protoss players be able to wall up, defend, embrace Sky Toss, max out, and take it from there. We've seen a lot of Zerg players struggle to be aggressive on Abyssal Reef. So I feel like this is what Shameless wants to get into, but we'll see. Assuming he plays safe and plays defensive and plays standard, we'll see. We'll see what Shameless goes for. Likewise, I'm curious what Wayne goes for. Because it is more common for Protoss players to be a little bit greedier on Abyssal Reef, and because they're often more macro-oriented, we have seen a lot of Zerg players actually go Muta. We've seen them go Muta here on Abyssal Reef as a result, just because they're often left alone. They're often left to their own devices. You can cut corners, you can be greedy, you can drone up, take your gases at the natural, take your gases at the third base, and rush into a lair into Spire play. So we have seen that instead, where you get into Spire play, you get to harass across the map, buy time, take more bases, get a greater economy, and slow down the Protoss, and have that approach instead. Likewise, along those lines, we've seen a lot of Zerg players like Raynor and Rogue come to mind, where on Abyssal Reef, they are one to just rush into, not mutas, but rush into lurkers, where because they know that they're a little bit safer, they rush into Hive, they rush into lurkers, and they rush into, Hydra Lurker Viper sort of composition instead. Then into the late game. So we'll see what Wayne goes for. We'll see. In general, he's been, again, hyper aggressive this entire series. Just almost non-stop all-ins, essentially. But yeah, we'll see how he does divert here. And I'm hoping he does. What I will say as well is that even though Wayne has been hyper aggressive this series, we've seen different builds. We've seen different builds. We've seen different forms of aggression, which I do appreciate. To appreciate that he has been shaking it up quite a bit this series. So we'll see what he goes for. As back at home is going to be Stargate, open it into Oracle, into a third. Everything looking normal. Cancels the Oracle? Fat. I mean, I just spoke about how Protoss players like to cut corners. This is a Nexus before Oracle. Okay, the greed is real. The greed is real. If you notice, Shameless intentionally canceled the Oracle just so we can get a faster Nexus. But again, like, that's kind of the small things that you can do here on Abyssal Reef. You can just cut as many corners as you can, of course, without being too greedy. But it's all about cutting corners, being economic, and getting away with that greed. So here we go. As the Oracle moves out, does hit the natural. Getting a drone. Getting a worker and backing up. Likewise, Wayne still just fully droning. No early tech yet. No early gases either. So just droning up. Soon to be taking a 4th base, I would imagine, from the side of Wayne. As we have our take of choice, Lair into Roach Warren. Oracles, they dip in. They confirm the timing of the Lair. They confirm the timing of the Roach Warren as well. Very tech heavy here from Wayne, as he did delay his Evo Chamber in favor of this. Evo Chamber is now on the way. Gases as well. Evo Chamber tells us that, again, Wayne, he's playing more macro-oriented. Taking gases, droning up, taking all 6 gases even. Interesting. All 6 gases on the way. And I'm curious, we did speak about something like Spire play earlier. We'll see if we're headed in that direction, as Adepts, they do threaten a Shade, denying creep. Shameless is being active, but again, just focusing on creep denial. Doesn't commit into a mineral line. +1 range on the way, not melee. Okay, it is going to be range upgrades. Adepts, they don't quite commit. Once again, just focusing on denying creep and delaying the expansion. Yeah, the drone is forced back, the 4th base is delayed. And Wayne, he's rushing into Lurkers. Yep, he's rushing into Lurker Tech and Passage Bits on the way. Alongside +1 range, this should be for a fast Hydrogen into Lurkers, into fast Hive. And this is the other option. I mean, again, if you remember, we did mention how we've seen Raynor and Rogue embrace this quite a bit, even earlier today. Where you just tech up. You just tech up as quickly as possible. Now, I'm assuming this is going to be for Hive Tech and for Hydras and Lurkers, but we'll see. Keep an eye on Wayne. I don't really think Wayne is one to embrace something like Swarm Hosts. If we were casting Shin or Dark, then sure. Oh my god, so he's like, never mind. Well, I'm glad I brought it up. But yeah, if we were casting Shin or Dark, then I would have brought up Swarm Host a little bit earlier. But yeah, it is going to be Swarm Host for Wayne. Let's go. Swarm Host Nidus. This is also viable on this map. Again, just because there are so many attack paths and just because there are so many cliff faces as well, this is an option. I didn't think that Wayne was the kind of player. It's very stylistic, so I didn't think Wayne was one to do that, but okay, let's go. It is going to be Swarmhost Nidus. Now, the goal here is to specifically get into the mineral line and do economic damage. Get economic damage or snipe bases. We'll see what we can pull off. We'll see what we can get. We go. What's the word that I'm looking for? Humored, that's it. I would have humored this and brought up the Stormhost build depending on a different player, but yeah, let's go. Stormhost have arrived, making their way towards the natural. So far, Storm is ready, and we should be seeing the first Storm. There we go, on the Stormhost, on Locust Wave. Stage Trap as well, and so far Shameless, he's defending well. He will lose maybe one probe. Up! Up! Can he get two? Oh, he can. Just barely. 2 probes go down and a cannon. 2 probes and a cannon to the Locust Wave. So far, good defense out of Shameless. Meanwhile, he does have Blink. And we'll see what he can get done. We'll see if he can hunt down these Nidus Worms. So far, just focusing on defense. Nidus Worm towards the left. Wayne rotating around. Runs into the main army. Wayne is max, but Wayne has a very inflated supply with Roach Warren Swarm Host. Locust Wave goes up. Whilst he wants this, ideally he wants a High Templar. This time good control out of Shameless, he pulls away. Locust Wave gets defended against, and Shameless defends. He holds. Now, really, the win condition here for Wayne should just be at this point to contain. I don't think he's done enough damage with the Swarm Host yet to have them pay for themselves, so I'm a little bit concerned. Storm of the Roaches. But at least he is denying the 4th. Oh, a bit of an overreaction there by Shameless. Storms to Swarm, to Locust even. Going in between the bases. Diving in the army. The mortal goes down. Oh! Nice Biles. Biles popping off. The Ravagers are getting caught out here. Better trade here for Shameless. It does get on top of the Roaches, the Ravagers as well. Massive pickups. Files do connect. But they don't take down any Stalkers. And with that, Wayne, he is losing map control. Now, bearing in mind, he is taking out of this into Lurkers. He is working towards Lurker tech as, again, as a transition. We'll see if he can get there. As Shameless, he's slowly breaking out, trying to get that fourth base and running. Locust Wave was just wasted here on the right-hand side. That should have been spent here on the left. And without that Locust Wave, Shameless, he will break out. Yeah, massive storm with the Roaches. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Wayne, he dives in. Doesn't quite get the High Templar. Gonna be forced back. But this movement does save the Swarm Host. They get away. If it wasn't for the Roaches diving in, the Swarm Host would have been pounced upon. The Immortals are exposed. He gets both Immortals and the High Templar as well. Forces the Archon. So nice trades here by Wayne. Does out-trade his opponent. Somewhat. The drone count is still quite low for Wayne, which is concerning me a little bit here. So you have another Locust Wave towards the top side. Getting caught out by the Stasis. Nicely done here by Shameless. He shuts down the Locust Wave, but he cannot afford to lose his fourth. It's getting low. Fourth base is getting low. Creep is being denied. Shameless is holding. He's holding on. Building up his army. Likewise, Wayne is also getting to his own Lurkers. Prism gets shut down. Lurker production has begun. The Swarmers, they caught out. Force Locust Wave. Clutch Transfuse. Night Swarm does not fall. And who catches who? Stalkers have to get the hell out of here, and they pull away. They pull back. To pull back. Wayne's still maintaining himself. Over time, Shameless has been building up a greater army. He now gets his fourth base fully operational. Locust Wave towards the natural. This time, no Stasis Trap. That is a little bit concerning. No Stasis set up. Also almost potentially coming in from behind. Let's go! Oh, they get dragged away, though. And nice moves here by Shameless. He does force Locust Wave prematurely. Locust Wave is on a move. Lurkers pushing in. Once again, trying to collapse on the army. Oh my god. Shameless in an awkward position, being forced back. And Wayne is pushing in towards the fourth. Takes down the Observer. Observer goes down. I believe no detection. Yeah, just the Oracle. And the Lurkers there, getting within range here of the base. They're slowly pushing in. And Shameless is being forced to engage. There's Revelation. Observer comes in. The High Templar going to get thrown away. Massive piles. No more storms. And Wayne, he will take this fight. Yeah, he will take it. Takes down all the High Templar. Lurkers, they do so much damage to the backline as well. Still more Lurkers behind this. Shameless, he is breaking out. Just barely. Takes down the final Lurker. Not even. There's still two more left. Oh god, it's a brutal fight. Shameless does eventually break out, but it cost him everything. Cost him almost everything. Alright, Templar, the Archons, the Stalkers. There's barely an army left. God, that low ground position was just so brutal. It's so important that Wayne was able to actually push in there and establish his position. And Shameless, a player who was building up an army to break out, doesn't have one anymore. Not anymore. Shameless, he's knocked back down. And Wayne, now he's getting ready to go for the kill. Nidus into the main. Wayne pushing in. Nice storm. Very nice storm. But what about the Lunkers, Pappy? Lunker, they're sending it. Getting towards the expansion. Towards the Nexus. Storm's going up. But the base goes down. And again, that's all that Wayne wanted. He brings down the fourth base. Trading with the army, takes out the immortals as well. The stutter stepping, he pushes in, and GG gets called. There's nothing left. GG, well played. And Wayne, he will take the series 4-1, becoming this month's Fire Grow Cup number 5 champion. GG. GG, well played. Whew, congratulations here to Wayne as he does take the series. And again, a shout out to Wayne for having a lot of variety in this finals. Again, we'll say very aggressive finals is what I will say, very aggressive. But every game we saw something different. Every game, even the game that of course Shameless won, we saw something different coming out from both players. So great to see that variety when it comes to the builds of choices here, when it comes to aggressive builds and all-ins, and even here in the final game with Swarm Host as well. GG. GG, well played. Again, Swarm Hosts are very map dependent, very much so map dependent, and Abyssal Reef does allow for that just because there are so many attack paths, so many choke points, so many ramps as well that do allow you to make use of them and keep the Swarm Host safe from any kind of counterattack or any kind of dive as well. Shameless, he was defending well for a lot of that game, is what I will say, but what was really killing him, or what was really hurting him is how late his fourth was, and eventually that fight at the fourth base as well, with lurkers coming in from multiple angles and just forcing a really awkward engagement there, almost a full surround that Shameless had to push into. Like it was just a really rough engage there, despite the fact that Shameless, he was building up over time, but again, really rough fight, really rough trade. GG, well played. Wayne does take it, and again, he's able to redeem himself. That's what I was looking for. He does redeem himself here. Wayne was last month's runner-up. This month, the champion. Congrats. Congratulations here to Wayne. He is this month's champion. Shout out to Shameless, because what I will say is that you don't make for a good champion without a good rival here, without a good opponent. I do think that Shameless did play very well, especially in the first 2 games. What I will say is that Game 4 was a little bit more one-sided. Game 4 was the game on Ultra Love. I think Ultra Love was maybe the most one-sided of games, but Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, very close, very intense between both players. And even here in the final game, we saw Shameless, who was able to hold his own for a time before eventually being broken. I do think that Game 4 was kind of the weakest of them when it comes to entertainment, at least where Game 4 was more one-sided. Outside of that, GG. GG, well played. Ooh, congratulations. And also a shout out to Mindle VK. Shout out to Mindle VK for casting, hosting, organizing, running this event, providing the prize pool as well. Much love to Mindle VK. He has been doing this for the past 5 months, and if this event continues into the new year, into 2025, then we will of course be all over that as well. So big shout out to Mindle VK, and shout out to all those that work behind the scenes on this event as well. It was a lot of fun, always a great time covering all these players. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's embrace the entire event. Un momento, papi, un momento. There we go. Okay, for those that are curious, this was a 3-day event. 3 days of Fire Grow Cup. It was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I mean, I say 3 days. Technically, this is a 5-day event. We only cast 3 of them, though, because there were also qualifiers. We didn't cast the qualifiers, but qualifiers were taking place the days leading up to the main event itself. So it's a very intense week of casting, is what I will say. We were, of course, busy casting other events at the time. But yeah, we had some crazy performances here. First things first, if you missed out on the VODs, I recommend them. The VODs are on YouTube, the VODs are on Twitch, the VODs are everywhere, so check out the VODs if you missed out on watching these groups live. But first things first, Power. Power was the dark horse. He was the wild card. Coming into Group A, I had high hopes for either Nikic or Replicant. Replicant was the other player that really surprised us last month. For some greater context here, especially for those that did not watch last month, the reason why, if you remember, for Group A, I was casting actually a lot of Replicant's matches, because Replicant, he's not a player that I'm too familiar with. Like, I don't cast a lot of Replicant generally, because he doesn't play in a lot of global events. But the reason why I was focusing on him is because here, Replicant, last month he popped off. You see, he came 2nd place in his group. Over Milky Cow, GG Machine, UD Soldier, Nickeract as well. Like, Replicant, he looked pretty impressive last month. So that is why we did focus on, or at least in Group A, I did focus on Replicant. This month, he took some maps, took some games, but a little bit less so, and it was Power that popped up. He popped off. Power popped off instead. I was favoring Nikic as well. It was very close. You can see here, very close score lines. In the end, Power did edge it out. We had the triple Protoss making it out of Group A. Strange and Shameless, they're more favorite, for sure. But yeah, Power was a wild card, and he even had a wild performance in the playoffs. Meanwhile, Group B was a little bit more of what we expected. Wayne and YoungYakov, they are the top 2 players of the previous event. They're number 1 and number 2, so again, they were favored to make it out. And I was curious who would make it out here with them as well, and it was very close between Milky Cow. Yudi Soldier was popping off. You can see how close it was. 6-4, 5-5, 4-6. Nickrak, Yudi Soldier, and Milky Cow. It came down to the 3 of them. We almost had a tiebreaker as well, so I do recommend the VODs. Group B was very close between these 3 players. In the end, Milky Cow did make it through, but shout out to Yudi Soldier and Nickrak. They both performed very well here in the groups as well. Barely not enough to make it out, but good nonetheless. And that led into the playoffs, which was tonight. That led into the playoffs with Power popping off. Again, last month, who was the champion? YoungYakov. YoungYakov was the reigning champion. And I still, I don't know if I'm ever going to forget YoungYakov versus Wayne best of 7. That was the highlight of the month for the month of November. If you missed the VODs, it's all on YouTube. Mate, this was crazy. YoungYakov in this tournament was insane. YoungYakov went undefeated, 10-0 in the group stage. Better performance than any other player out there. Even Wayne struggled, by the way. Wayne, he was struggling in the group stage here. Barely even made it out of the groups last month. Wayne, he was hurting. Wayne had a much stronger showing in the playoffs with a 2-0 and with a 3-0. But this finals was crazy. I do recommend watching the VODs. It was crazy. This finals ended in 20 minutes. It was like a 20-minute best of 7. It was really short games, really intense games. YoungYakov, he was the reigning champion. But in comes the month of December, and Power, Power, he surprised us all in the group stage. Power took down YoungYakov. I'm sure YoungYakov, he wanted the rematch with Wayne. He never got close because of Power, and I'm sure Shameless is happy about that as well. I'm sure he's like, thank God. He's like, shout out to Power, Papi, just taking out YoungYakov for me. Thank God. Crazy. So yeah, Power, he had just a really crazy performance in this tournament, and I do recommend checking out those VODs, and I will definitely be paying more attention to Power moving forward now. For him to have this kind of run in this event was crazy. He's otherwise a player that usually goes under the radar. I would even say that Yudi Soldier is more of a known player than Power, to be honest. We cover a lot more Yudi Soldier on this channel. Regardless, as we had Strange versus Milky Cow. This was also the highlight of the tournament. If you missed out on it, this was the craziest PvT I've casted in a long time. Maybe period. If you were here for it, you know this PvT made me question my life choices. This was out of this world, Papi. So I do recommend it. It was a very fun best of 3. This led, of course, into the semifinals. Wayne having a dominant performance against Strange. Shameless looking dominant against Power. And again, I want to emphasize, even in the finals, I do think that Game 1 and Game 2 were quite close between Shameless and Wayne. And again, I do think that that's especially the start and even the end of the series did show the growth of Shameless as well. I think someone was mentioning it before, but just to re-emphasize, Shameless has been a competitor. He has been around for many years, but he was more of an amateur player. He used to be on Hokago T team. He used to play on the Alpha Team League back in the day, the Alpha SC2 Team League. He was more of an amateur player, more of a Masters player, I should emphasize as well. Well, he was Masters for a long time, and I said it before, but Shameless, he broke into the GM scene at the end of 2023, around November, October. October, November of last year is when Shameless, he actually got into GM, and he started devoting more time to improving, to competing, and to improving, and he shot up real quick. Once Shameless broke into into the GM scene, he shot up real quick, real fast. Was competing quite often against a lot of these other established players, and yeah, he's improved a lot in 1 year. It's crazy. In 1 year, he's improved so much. Didn't win, but again, to make it to the finals here, I mean, it definitely says something, right? This, I feel like this is almost a year of pro play for Shameless, getting up to almost the top of his region. That's pretty good. He has a lot of potential as a player. Again, he's 18. He's 18 years old. He recently turned 18, like 2 months ago or something. I think in October, turned 18. So a lot of potential as a player. And clearly, I mean, room for improvement, of course. But I mean, he has been improving. The entire year has been improving. So GG, well played. Likewise, Wayne, he's the veteran, right? He's the veteran of the region, veteran of the scene, and he was able to take it in the end. Part of me wishes that we did have a rematch between YoungYakov and Wayne. Part of me does wish that we had that. It was, again, like, it's one of those best of sevens that's going to be, like, burned into my memory for forever. Best of 7 that we saw in Fire Girl Cup number 4. But yeah, with that, GG will play it. Likewise, I feel like this strange Milky Cow series is also going to live rent free in my mind for a while. It's it's crazy nonsense. But regardless, GG well played, and with that, hope you all had a great time. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all enjoyed the tournament. Again, we'll keep you notified if this event does continue into the next year. You know, keep an eye out for MindoVK for that, or MindoVK's channel for that announcement. And with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. This is the final cast before Christmas here on the CranKy Ducklings. We will not be live later on tonight or tomorrow or the day after. Here it is the 23rd of December, and it is 6:30 a.m. I have like 15 minutes to go get changed, get ready, and I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna be traveling across the country. I say across the state, I guess, to meet up with the rest of my family. To meet up with my sister, my nephew as well. My nephew, he is like a year old. He's very young, very young. I got him a Christmas present. I got him a little platypus. I got him a platypus plushie for Christmas. So hope he enjoys it. But yes, gonna go meet up with them for Christmas, for a bit of a family reunion for Christmas Eve specifically. We do something different. I don't know if you do this in other parts of the world. I think it's unique maybe for our family even. I don't think it's like an Australian thing. But we treat Christmas like New Year's. So what we do, especially when we would have like the rest of our family and like all of our little cousins and stuff, what we would do is we would get together in the evening. We'd have like a dinner together. We'd, like, you know, spend time together, have fun, play games, all that stuff, and then and we would stay up until midnight, and then we'd have like the countdown, and then when midnight strikes, then you open the presents, right? You open the presents, you know, you give them to, you know, like other family members and stuff like that, and that's and you know, we treat it almost like New Year's, where you count down until midnight, then bam, open all the presents, and ruin your sleep schedules, because, mate, you open up all the PS2 games, mate, you gotta play the PS2 games, might be true. and you just pull an all-nighter, you know, everyone stays over, and you have a good time. So that's at least how we would do things, is treat Christmas like that. So yeah, that's most likely what we're going to be doing here, which means I'm going to be coming back on the 25th. For us, the 25th, I guess Christmas Day is just like a regular day. It's like, yeah, it's whatever. All the hype is over by then. But yeah, going to be coming back, and the next cast on the CranKy Ducklings is going to be on the 26th on Boxing Day. I believe the next cast is going to be the Pigostor Monday. Wait, no, never mind. It's going to be a Libby League. I should emphasize, because I'm going to be, you know, because we're going to be missing 2 days. If you're curious what casts we're going to be missing, we're going to be missing Wardy TV Monday, so we won't be able to cast Wardy TV Monday live. We're going to be missing out on Pigostor Monday, and we're going to be missing out on Elima League as well. So those are the 3 events that we're going to be missing live, but we will be casting Elima League and Pigostor Monday via replays. We don't have access to Wardy TV Monday replays, so we won't be covering that event. We're just going to be missing it this week, but we will be playing catch up on the 26th and 27th with replay casts for Elima League, the December finals, and the Pigostor Monday Cup on Friday. So we'll be catching up with most of what we miss. Not everything, but most of it. So that's the plan. Of course, for the rest of the year, we have the KSL, we have Masters Coliseum. We will be hosting show matches on the 31st, New Year's Eve. We're going to be hosting the Ducklings Showdown 2024 show matches, and we have quite a lineup for that. We still have to actually finalize a set of players, because things occurred and we weren't quite able to host them. I'm okay saying this. We were going to be, we're going to be hosting a bunch of show matches. One of the show matches was going to be a StarCraft Evolution show match between 3Point and Quanta. That was the plan. But a very tragic event happened. I haven't heard of any kind of like funding drive or anything yet. But a really tragic event happened a couple of days ago. Quanta, if you don't know, he is the Korean Terran player. He does stream quite often, but there was a fire in his apartment. There was a fire, and Quanta he shared some pictures with me because he was very apologetic because he's like, I'm sorry Pappy, I can't play in the show match, like something happened, and he lost everything. Like his apartment does not exist. It isn't just that he lost his PC, lost his bed, lost his clothes, lost everything. So there was a really unfortunate fire that occurred a couple of days ago, and because that, Quanta will not be involved in the show matches. Of course, he can't play, and clearly he has other things that he has to focus on, and yeah, if he ever does like have like a drive, like a funding drive or something to help pay for things, to help rebuild or just afford things, then we're more than happy to help with him. But yeah, it is really tragic that happened. Really unfortunate. So we do wish the best. We do wish the best for Quanta. Hope everything becomes okay. You know, I don't know if he was insured. I hope he was. Hope he was insured in some way, and then hopefully he can get things back on track. Because that is so tragic, especially considering like we're days away from Christmas. Days away, Bobby, days away. So yeah. I take care of yourselves, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Take care, and give some love to Quanta out there. Give some love to Quanta. But with that is going to be us wrapping up here for the time being. For the time being, we're going to be wrapping up. Hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you'll have a great time. If you love Christmas time so much, why don't you marry it? True. Just catching up. In the US, the traditional Christmas dinner is Christmas Day. So after people have opened all the presents. I see. To give some money. I see. I understand. But yeah, with that, hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you'll have a great end of year. Happy holidays if you celebrate holidays. Even if you don't, hope you have a great end of December and start of the new year. And with that, we're done. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so in a couple of different ways. You can subscribe on Twitch. You can become a patron as well. You can see just underneath Shameless's name our current Patreon, how much we make per month, and our next goal to boost the prize pool even further of our tournaments. We do host events on a weekly basis. I should also emphasize that our events are going to be on hiatus for New Year's and for Christmas, and they're going to be coming back next month in January. We already held the last Turtle Tussle and the last Tuna Cup of 2024. We already had them. They come back in 2025. And again, you can help support us, whether it's through Patreon, whether it's through subscribing. Regardless, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. We do appreciate it, and we're going to be heading off for the day. We're going to be heading off. Also, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings, as we are all over the place. We do post whenever we go live. We do post whenever we do have VODs as well. Our VODs are available on YouTube. We stream on YouTube. It's all on YouTube. It's all on Twitch, so check it out if you wish. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Gaha.